It's the time to celebrate a love that's true. To treasure this day prepared for me and you.
Feel the joy and give into your heart's desire. When it all comes together, surely we'll be inspired.
We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you, 'cause we're getting married. We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you, 'cause we're getting married.
We're getting married.
I'll sing this song with you, 'cause we're getting married. It's the time to celebrate a love that's true. To treasure this day prepared for me and you.
Feel the joy and give into your heart's desire. When it all comes together, surely we'll be inspired.
We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you, 'cause we're getting married. We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you, 'cause we're getting married.
We're getting married.
I'll sing this song with you, 'cause we're getting married. It's the time to celebrate a love that's true. To treasure this day prepared for me and you.
Feel the joy and give into your heart's desire. When it all comes together, surely we'll be inspired.
We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you, 'cause we're getting married. We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you, 'cause we're
Sound check 1.
I'll sing
Sound check 2.
with you, 'cause we're getting married.
Sound check 3.
It's the time to to celebrate a love that's true. To treasure this day prepared for me and you.
Feel the joy and give into your heart's desire. When it all comes together, surely we'll be inspired.
We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married. We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married.
We're getting married. I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting
good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
Here live at the Hilton Hotel. Ako po si RJ Ledesma together with my lovely and my handsome co-hosts.
Hey everybody, I'm Z Soldo. I'm so happy to be here with you. I mean, I've been in the wedding industry for 12 years. However, this is the very first time that we're going to be experiencing an online bridal fair, and I'm so privileged and honored to be hosting with two handsome gentlemen very well known in the industry.
Salamat naman.
Of course. And of course, our third co-host right here.
Hi everybody, thank you very much for the kind introduction, RJZ. Kevin La Peña po ito, really happy to be here, especially since this is the first time we're going to be doing the Getting Married Bridal Fair in a virtual manner. So first things first, sorry po for the technical difficulties earlier. You know, these are the woes of technology, but we really wanted to make it a point to give you a good show, which is why we wanted to cover the important things just in case you haven't heard yet. What are we to expect today, Z, RJ?
Well, first of all, this is part of the Getting Married Bridal online fair, right? Which begun last November 3 and will last up to December 31. It's a 2-month-long online bridal fair where it is a curated selection of the best and veteran wedding suppliers from all around the country. You can get special discounts from all of them if you go to their website, Getting Married in the Philippines. But more importantly, just for this weekend, as we do this live performance, this live webinar of the bridal fair online, we also have very special rates just for this weekend. So we ask everybody over here right now watching from the house to please stay around to figure out what are the best rates they'll be offering online. And more than that one, we will also have a very special raffle, right?
Yes, we have many special raffles today, and these are coming from our suppliers or very well-known suppliers, even us. Promos that we would like to share with you guys. So as RJ mentioned, it is a 2-month run of this bridal fair where everybody's going to be giving out promos, but for this weekend, it's going to be extra special. So that means doble pa ang ating mga promos. And of course, today and tomorrow, we're going to have some of our very well-known suppliers who have been in the industry for years and years and very reliable suppliers who are going to share with us what you can do to be ready for your pandemic wedding, because of course our hashtag or our theme this year is Love Conquers All. So Kevin, what are you most excited about for this bridal fair?
Oh, well, I'm really excited for so many things, especially since ito yung unang-unang, how do you say this? The first time that we're going to be doing this online, right? But then more than finding out kung ano yung mga special promos and rates ng very veteran suppliers natin in the wedding industry, which is why I'd like to invite all of you to tune in for the whole remainder of the program for you to find out their special promos. But on top of that, we want to make it known to you guys na kung bakit very safe pa rin matuloy ang mga celebrations ninyo. Not just your weddings, but your very intimate celebrations, and what innovative ways these suppliers have come up with in order to make things safe, fun, and still very memorable for all of you guys. So I think we're not going to make anybody wait any longer, no?
That's right. Thank you so much, both to Kevin and to Z. during this whole presentation, during this whole day, the next 2 days, some of the top wedding suppliers will be here sharing their tips on how to celebrate your wedding during this new normal. Like Kevin said, we can still make it more magical, more intimate, and more safe during this time. And many of our veteran wedding suppliers have done just that during the celebration. So if you want some tips, please stay tuned for the rest of today's webinar. And at the same time, we've got raffle prizes being offered, and you at home can participate. We'll be giving raffle prizes based on some questions we will be asking when you watch the program. So please do stick around for that one. And if you pick up any special tips that you want to share from our wedding suppliers online, you can use our hashtags. The hashtag to use are GMBF Online or Getting Married Bridal Fair Online. And syempre, love conquers all. And to welcome us all here to our Getting Married Bridal Fair, we would like to welcome again the person who put together this whole online bridal fair. Please welcome the very lovely Kuchi Zaldariaga joining us here right now. Kuchi, thank you so much for joining us. Please. Kuchi, it's so great to have you over here. Thank you so much on behalf of both the wedding suppliers, all of them, from the florists to the jewelers to the hosts like myself, and also thank you on behalf of the soon-to-be weds who are still wondering, how do I go about having a wedding reception in the new normal? So again, Kuchi, thanks so much. Maybe you'd like to greet all your fans out there and all the people who are very thankful that you held an online bridal fair here at Getting Married.
Well, yeah. Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for bearing with us for the technical difficulty we had a while ago. And then we just want to reiterate that the online bridal fair was really brought up because of the pandemic, and we're not actually saying that we won't have a physical fair now, because for the past 12 years, the physical fair at the SMX has really been very successful, and it's just that talaga nagkaroon tayo ng pause, no? And syempre wala na yung mga interaction na ganyan, na meet and greet right now, no? But with the virtual online fair, we still aim to engage our soon-to-weds to do inquire with us, especially those who have mga weddings that's happening for the last quarter and the early months of 2022, no? Because yung possibilities talaga na mas safer na by then is very, it's higher. It can happen, with the vaccine already out, no? But actually right now, what the suppliers are doing is we wanted to promote whatever deals we can give them, kasi they can really start planning naman, even if naka-pause tayo. And actually, in reality of things is, a lot of weddings are really happening na right now, although intimate nga lang, pero it's very doable.
So right now, Kuchi, what people can do are two things. Number one, they can watch this if they're planning for their wedding, maybe in 2021 or 2022. They can watch right now and get the best deals possible,
Yes,
right?
yes.
But on top of that one, there are also those who want to do their intimate weddings in the midst of this pandemic, and they're also trying to figure out what they can do, and they can also find some great deals for those who want to do intimate weddings during this time. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct. Especially here at the Getting Married Bridal Fair Online, we have a lot of really very reputable and very sought-after wedding suppliers na hindi kayo matatakot, i-guide kayo on what are the best things to do, especially in promoting still safe events, no? Especially may mga protocols tayo na dapat masunod. Most of the wedding people are really updated. So even if you have like intimate weddings lang happening right now, sobrang possible yun with the guidance of the wedding suppliers.
So
especially if you're like hiring like mga wedding planners, no, to guide you, that's very important then.
So it's very important here right now that even during the midst of this pandemic, the value added that suppliers bring you is because they are aware of whatever the IATF has mandated. They're aware of what has to be happening. They're aware of social distancing because that's their job. And what
Yes,
you've done here
yes.
right now in the Getting Married Bridal Fair is you've actually selected very trusted suppliers that who have been working doubly hard to make sure that the weddings are still very memorable even during this time.
Yes, that's very true. And these are really tried and tested wedding people. And all I can say is that, so very easy lang kasi for you to get in touch with these wedding people. All you have to do is to log on to our website, www.gettingmarriedfields.com, and then open nyo yung exhibitors area wherein nandun lahat yung mga suppliers gathered all in one website,
Mhm.
and then you click on discount and promos that they have, send in an email or an inquiry, and most likely, very quick yan, magkakaroon ka agad ng reply from the wedding suppliers that you've inquired with.
Fantastic. Kuchi, can you please repeat the website that they can visit?
Yes, just visit www.gettingmarriedfeels.com, gettingmarriedbridalfeels.com. And it's going to be very easy to access for everyone. We made it very simple, 3 steps lang yon. And right away, you can get in touch with your wedding supplier.
And this will be ongoing. It's been ongoing since November 3 up to December 31.
Yes, we extended it because we thought of like, it's an early Christmas gift for everyone. Kasi, you know, everybody's hit by the pandemic eh. Hindi lang yung wedding people, even mga normal private people in our country, all over the world is really hit by the pandemic. So we thought of making it easy for everyone and extending this mga promos and discounts natin.
And all the promos and discounts will be available from November 3 up to December 31 as
That's
well.
correct, yes.
And from what I understand, if they're watching this particular live version of the Getting Married Bridal Fair online from November 14 and 15, these 2 days, there are going to be additional discounts for people watching. If they're watching very carefully the program here right
Yes,
now, they might be able to avail of programs only during these 2 days.
Well, actually, kasi for today, we've allotted raffle prizes and specials for prizes for those watching and those who might want to comment. And those who registered, they will have a chance to win these raffle prizes later on during the entire show.
Okay, so they just need to be very observant and follow the whole day for the Getting Married Bridal Fair online. And I understand, Kuchi, that the silver lining right now, that even if people are just all at home, is that now more people can actually watch great demonstrations of our top wedding suppliers. Like they've got Bernie Pasamba, they've got Dave Sandoval. What can they expect to see during this whole program?
Well, for today, we have wedding people, wedding suppliers who want to engage their services. So there will be a bit of presentation, you know, there will be performances. Kasi hindi nga nila makikita to during the actual physical fairs, no? I mean, right now, so we don't have it. But what we intend to do for the show is to, you know, bring it closer, the experience dun sa mga hindi naka-feel ng fair. At least dito, while watching, they get to have the feel na ito pala yung mga makikita nila sa fair.
Thanks so much, Kuchi, for putting all this. It was quite a Herculean effort to bring all of us here together online. I know this is your first time. You're a bit nervous but excited at the same time because this is your first online program that you're doing.
Yes.
Now, Kuchi, I know that during this pandemic that you've actually handled some intimate weddings, that you've already had some time to learn about how to do weddings in this new normal. What are the tips or some of the secrets that you'd like to share right now with some of our soon-to-be weds who are preparing right now to get married, whether during this pandemic or during this GCQ time, or even in the next couple of years? What are your tips for them to prepare right now? And what makes it different from preparing in the old normal?
Well, actually, to be honest, RG, no, ang target talaga namin whenever we plan a wedding, even during the pandemic, is to still make the wedding as normal as possible with the challenges involved with IATF protocols, no. But then even then, with these challenges at hand, we try to minimize the thing na it would make it like too sad naman, or you know, it's like parang very restricted. So in a way, we still want to have a wedding na masaya pa rin at the end of the day. That is why, with the new normal right now, even if konti lang yung guest mo, nag-a-adapt talaga tayo. Like we have live streaming, you know, we have Zoomers na as guests. And then at the end of the day, parang kailangan lang natin ma-deliver yung memories ng couple na everything documented in their wedding. So when they look back at it, they will tell to themselves na, uy, kahit pala nag-pandemic and we still tinuloy namin yung kasal namin. Kaya nga, love conquers all, no? That's the motto of the show. It just showed that, you know, as long as their goal is really to do it, it will happen eh. Kasi the suppliers are just really there to give the support they need. And mapupush at mapupush yung wedding.
Thank you so much, Kuchi. So whether it's old normal, new normal, or next normal, it's very important to get your trusted wedding suppliers to make sure that the promise of a most important day in your life is given to you especially during now, that that they follow the proper protocols to make sure that their day is still very magical and following, of course, the safety standards that the new normal requires.
Yes, that's the bottom line. We make it safe for everyone. Yan.
And with that, Kuchi, thank you so much for putting this event together. Again, can we please invite all our friends to visit our Getting Married website and to get the best deals from the wedding suppliers all over the country?
Yes, just please visit us, log on to www.gettingmarriedbridalfairfills.com, and we're very happy to share with you amazing promos, deals, and discounts that you can get from our wedding suppliers. So be with us for 2 months, and thank you, everyone.
Again, Kuchi, thanks so much for putting this event together. Let's give her a virtual round of applause, please, from all the very thankful wedding suppliers and soon-to-be wed as well. Thank you so much, Kuchi.
Thank you, RJ.
And speaking of which, we've got one of the best wedding suppliers, especially during this pandemic. They were able to pivot and make sure that to innovate, to make sure that weddings are still very intimate and still very magical during this time. We're talking about the videographer and photographer to the stars, Nice Print, represented by their great-looking manager, Cherise
Yes,
Tino,
none
joining us here
other
right
than
now.
Cherise Tino.
The general manager and owner of Nice Print.
Okay.
Duterte has declared a lockdown of the capital Metro Manila after raising the maximum
Right,
level
they was
in
forced to put the
response
biggest day of their
coronavirus.
lives on hold.
Moving images that they were able to capture in the midst of this pandemic, proving that love conquers all amidst this new normal. And those images were captured courtesy of our good friend Cherise Tino of Nice Print. Cherise, thanks so much for joining us here this afternoon.
Of course. Thank you for having me. Thank you, RJ.
It looks like, Cherise, that you guys have had work throughout this pandemic.
Yes, with the blessings of God, yes, we've actually made a good pivot. We've been doing a lot of intimate weddings since May of 2020, and I can't complain. It's been really tough for the whole industry, but whenever I post, I just really want to uplift the whole industry and say that, hey, there is a chance. It's hard to do weddings these days with all the protocols and the limitations of the curfew and all that, but it's doable.
Well, thanks so much for inspiring the rest of us. I'm inspired as well whenever I see you upload a video online, Cherise. Now, Cherise, for the many couples who are watching us here right now, I think the interest is all the same, the concern is all the same. Exactly, how do I use a video or a photo service during an actual wedding reception nowadays? What makes it different during the new normal? And on top of that one, what are the other services that they can avail of? Because people are mostly at home, it's intimate. How can I get more people to appreciate my wedding day or my wedding reception? Let's start off. What has changed with regard to doing both photo and videos during the wedding? Because there are lesser people, I guess also that the ceremony has been shortened, the wedding reception has been shortened. How do you still maintain that magic that you do for photo and video? And at the same time, how do you maintain the health and safety protocols during the shoot?
Yeah. You know, RJ, what's nice is, you know, even if there's an intimate wedding, I think the couples would really fight to have their photographers and videographers because, you know, at the end of the day, as cliche as it may sound, ito lang ang matitira sa kanila.
That's
hindi
right,
ba?
that's right.
And the moment that they have that day, even if it's, you know, limited people, intimate, it's still as beautiful and the dream wedding that they've always wanted. And, you know, years from now, they'll look back and they'll have these beautiful images and photos. Amidst the pandemic, talagang love really conquers all. And we are blessed to be able to capture these for the couple and their families. And I guess one thing that's really different these days is the rise of more and more couples wanting to have a live stream service
Live
for their
stream,
wedding.
okay.
What's the beauty of this, RJ, is that it becomes very inclusive. People from around the world who cannot really make it to the physical wedding can actually take part and celebrate with the couple these days. So, doon namin nakikita talaga yung kagandahan din naman nung mga nangyari because, as I've said, it becomes more inclusive. People get to celebrate with them. There's actually an online game at times.
So you can engage with them using the live stream. You can engage with your guests wherever they are using the live
Exactly. Talagang may online show, may online party, may games. They're even sent food, diba, in their homes. There's actually a virtual host like you. So yes, it's basically the same. It changed a lot, but still, it's the same beautiful wedding for your couples.
And this service of live stream is also being offered by Niceprint right now for weddings. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, yes. We had to make that quick change and, adapt to the normal right now.
So in
Yes.
fact, like right now, as we're watching this, Niceprint is actually helping us out do this whole program. And for those people who don't know, we actually have 3 cameras here set up right now. And it's changing angle every time you're watching, so it feels like you're actually in a TV production.
Correct.
Or a big production while watching a wedding reception.
And actually, the viewers can actually have a feel of a same-day edit because it's naka-cut na, di ba? Cut to cut from different angles. So para siyang instant same-day edit. But again, another difference is we now offer a next-day edit just because there's limited time to edit the videos right away. So we
And that's
actually
because of-
uploaded
I guess that's because of the curfew, because of the
curfew.
shortened
ceremony,
program and ceremony.
the shortened preps and all that. So now we offer a next day edit, and the couple can actually upload it in their YouTube or their Facebook channels, and their friends can actually see again a replay of what happened the day before.
Okay. So what actual videos or photos make it into the program itself?
We focus a lot on the details, RJ, and of course, nakaka ano talaga ng puso na it's very touching to see weddings these days. Kasi nga it's very limited. We focus talaga on the people who matter most in the couple's lives, the parents, the grandparents watching from
From
Zoom,
Zoom or-
exactly, and the kids watching from Zoom. So all these times may have changed, no, but love is still there. That special day still remains, and you look back and say, wow, we made it.
Wow. So when you talk about the details become more important, that means that you capture more of these details on the video and the photo. What details are you talking about that become more prominent now, especially
Yeah.
during these intimate weddings?
I guess because couples have a free hand now to make it really, really personalized for them, like details of their shoes and details of how to personalize everything for each guest. Kasi kakaunti na lang, no?
Like even the name cards, I guess.
The name cards, the nameplates, and each of the safety pouches that they give are personalized. So each one talaga who comes to their event, physical event, really, really feels special because the couple really take time
Okay.
to prepare everything.
And then there are also additional videos which we have during weddings. For example, people do what they call either prenup photos and prenup videos. And they also have those growing up years video where you show literally the growing up years of both the couple and of course them together, them as children.
Correct.
How about those videos? What are you seeing happening to them right now?
It's become really more organic. It's less staged, less directed. They actually opt to hold it in their homes. So ang ganda rin ng dating. Very relaxed, very laid back. And these photos and videos, the prenup photos, it still can be streamed online and as if you're watching it from your seat in the ballroom. So wala namang napupunta sa waste. Everything is still presented as it was during pre-pandemic.
Okay, so Charisse, there are many people here right now, many couples preparing to get married. What are the tips that you'd like to give them, aside the tips that we've already shared, if they're starting to prepare, looking for a supplier like yourself, at the same time preparing their material or preparing the venues that they need? What should they remember, especially when it comes to video and photo? What should they keep in mind?
That you have to really trust a very trusted team because this is once in a lifetime. And this is really what's just going to be left with you, RJ. And, all the dream photos that you have, the pegs, it still can happen. No worries about that. We have placed safety protocols for our teams, for the safety of the team and the couple as well. So, very safe naman talaga to hold your weddings these days. And syempre, all the professional suppliers that we have and that we work with are all really, really they actually really know the safety protocols for these.
That's really heartwarming news, Charisse. Now, I understand as you participate here in the bridal fair online that you're already giving very special rates
Correct.
for the bridal fair. But in particular for this weekend, you're even offering more special rates on top of that one.
That's right.
Can you share with us a bit more
Yes.
about your photo, video package, and even your live stream package?
For the duration of the Getting Married Bridal Fair, we're offering 25,000 to 30,000 discount
Wow.
for our wedding packages, and plus a lot of freebies. But aside from that, just for this year, we're offering really low prices for intimate weddings. That's like 20 people and below. So that the price starts at 35,000. So super baba talaga. Parang I can't remember the last time we had that kind of rate. But yes, it's something that we offer now because there are really weddings that talagang sobrang intimate, and we want to be able to capture those photos also for them.
And also for those who want to do live streaming so more people can watch, what are the prices for those type of services?
It starts at 30 to 35,000 for ceremony and reception for the streaming.
Well, thanks so much, Charisse, for keeping weddings alive during this period of the new normal. Any
Thank
messages
you.
to our couples out there?
I guess I just really want to say that tuloy ang kasal. There are a lot of you who wouldn't want to postpone your weddings anymore, and you wouldn't actually want to hold your life together. And you know, it's very doable. It's harder these days, but we are going to make it possible for you with all the wedding suppliers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you,
so much, Charisse, for making love conquer all during this time. Maraming salamat. Another round of applause, please, to Charisse.
Thank you, everybody.
Of Nice Print. And the Nice Print fan club over here, maraming salamat rin for supporting Charisse. And with that, let me bring you back to Z.
It's the time to say that Marilyn Monroe said that a diamond is a girl's best friend. However, when it comes to weddings, it is more than that. It is also a symbol of love and commitment, especially when it is put on rings. And that is what we're going to be talking about today. We have a very, very special guest who also has an amazing raffle prize. For all of those who are watching, you get a chance to do this. But for now, let us introduce our guest for today. He is Mr. Kenneth Mao from Jay's Diamond Jewelry. Hi, Kenneth. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah. Thank
Are you
it's my honor.
excited?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
very
of course.
different from your usual bridal fair, no? Because of course, when we're in the usual bridal fair, ang daming tao, there's so many things that you have to consider. But now online, it's more intimate. We get to know more about you.
Yeah, actually, when it's online, it's a bit hard for us really to promote and showcase our products. Kasi especially with our products, usually clients, they really want, soon to weds, they really want to see it in actual.
Yeah.
Kasi because, syempre, they have to try to fit it first, kung it's really bagay ba or not with sa kamay nila, parang ganyan. So,
Actually, that's
yeah,
one of the
it's a
questions that we
challenge.
have for you. Like some of the challenges like that you mentioned, how are you able to adjust with that? Or how are you able to accommodate their requests, especially if they want to see the ring? And of course, in COVID, we have to be socially distanced like how we are right now. So how are you able to adjust?
Bali, what we do right now is we do Zoom calls with clients. Sometimes we do we do appointments to visit our stores. So it's really to just to do the social distancing na there's a slot for every client who wants to visit. Parang you have a time slot for kung what day you want to visit. So we reserve that slot for you.
So before, of course, you really take care of your clients. Now it turns out, mas lalong inaalagaan because you're giving them that particular time for the consultation. So how does an online consultation work ba? Is it more of, oh, ano ba yung klaseng ring? Ano yung design? What are you looking for? Like, what are the questions you usually get? Or what are the questions you ask the clients when it's an online Zoom consultation?
Normally, what we do, it's really like they want to see the rings in actual and how it looks like when worn. So if our staff they wear it and then they show it to the clients.
So may hand model pa.
Yeah, yung mismong staff that's talking to the client, siya rin yung nagsusuot in actual kasi it's really different if you see it in actual compared to what we post online. Of course, we edit photos naman. So syempre they want to see what it really looks like in actual and what it looks like when it's worn, parang ganon.
Are you able to, let's say, I think this is really cute if you do so, but are you able to, for example, match the client with the sales representative? Because of course you have morena skin, you have like a lighter skin. Is that something that you do, or is that still upon consultation personally?
It's pagdating dun sa with the skin tone, not so much naman. Kasi usually what clients do, it's a couple sila eh. So sometimes they really just want to see how it looks like when nakasuot siya.
Okay. So here's a cute question that I get also from my friends who really have an idea of what they want their engagement rings to look like. And of course, when you have a boyfriend or you have someone that you met and you fall in love, you kind of have a talk about getting married and you're doing plans. So is it usual for a bride to say, hey, if ever I really like this design, can my hubby or can my future husband message you guys? Is it normal for a bride to initiate the kind of engagement ring she will do? Or is it usually the husbands that really come to you first and then look for that type of ring?
Actually, there are really maraming kinds of couples, no? It's really funny. So, there are couples na parang the groom, the boyfriend brings the girlfriend, kasama siya, going to our store, and then what they do is parang, okay, pili ka na. Okay, so there are naman some na parang they get an idea what their girlfriend really or their girlfriend really wants. So, yun na. So, they give us the design of what they really like. And then what, as you're saying, we have also clients na parang the bride tells us na okay, my boyfriend will try to call you or something like that.
Yeah.
So really all sorts of couples, iba-iba.
It's such a cute story,
yeah,
no?
yeah.
Kasi ako nga, I'm like, maybe I want my boyfriend to know that I want this one from this particular brand.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So that's nice to know.
Yeah.
So that the women out there, if you want to take charge, it's fine.
Yes.
It's not something that's out of the blue.
Yes. Kasi you don't wanna wear, parang the guys, they have this thinking na parang what if hindi magustuhan?
Yeah.
What if parang okay, hindi ko type, 'di ba? We have some sort of may experiences din kami before na parang may nabili and then when he proposed, pupunta sa amin, nagpapa-upgrade kasama.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, oo, really or whatever, nagpapa-customize pa ng iba. Yeah. May ganyan eh. Really all sorts of couple, marami.
I love that. I love listening to these type of stories.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you get a lot.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, one thing that I also wanted to ask, or what are the things that you have done to help couples choose their best jewelry? Because like you mentioned, there are different types of couples. So what are the things that they should really consider before they come to you, and especially when it comes to the engagement ring, no? Because of course, the couple's ring, it can be discussed. But the engagement ring, or maybe the accessories if they want for their bride, what kind of questions should they be asking, or what kind of things should they prepare before they come to you?
Actually, they should really, I think my advice would be they do their research or kung whoever the jewelry supplier they wanna opt to get, and then probably they should research also what the quality of the work of the suppliers do. Parang ganon. And then, of course, most importantly, choose something that really makes them yung happy. Kasi there's a kilig factor with jewelry. I don't know. I see brides sometimes when they get their rings from us once they pre-order, na parang talagang umiiyak na parang
Oh my
so
gosh.
happy. Yeah, oo. So I think it's one of the most important na parang you really should be happy when you see and yung nagustuhan mong design.
Kasi lifetime na yan eh.
Yes, correct.
Diba?
Correct.
It's not like, it's not like you can just change it anytime. Well, you can, but technically it's better if umpisa pa lang, it's a symbol of your marriage, it's a symbol of that day. Okay. What other things do you do because you mentioned that there's an online consultation, then magpapa-appointment din sila
Yes.
personally.
Yes.
So if they go to your store or they go to your shop, what can they expect in terms of safety protocols that you have implemented in your store?
Okay. Before entering, we get the survey, the
Health
health declaration.
form,
Yeah,
yes.
health declaration. Then we get the temperatures and of course, yung alcohol, ganyan. And then every client na once nag-step out, we really sanitize the place. Kasi para na rin kaming restaurant kasi sometimes it takes an hour for couples to choose it. So ang tagal nila inside the store. So we really do the sanitation bago ulit tumanggap ng next client.
That's really good
Yeah.
because you have peace of mind.
Yes,
Kasi
oo.
syempre, even if you did the online consultation and you have an idea, like top 3 ko na yan,
Yeah.
but baka may nakita ka,
Correct,
diba? You're like,
yeah.
oh, gusto ko rin to,
Yeah.
mga earrings.
Yeah.
So it really makes sense
Yes,
na
yes.
may sanitation pa
Oo,
rin.
kasi parang sometimes we really feel na parang they spend more time with us than sometimes pag dine-in, di ba?
Yeah.
You like eat 30 minutes, tapos na, di ba? Pero with us, sometimes nagugulat ako na parang, okay, 1 hour na, nandyan pa, 1 hour and a half na, nandyan pa yung client. Parang there's certain times na may ganyang situation.
Okay, what I understand that you brought
Yeah, I
with
did.
you some
Yeah.
rings.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that some of our viewers would like to see. Maybe
Yeah.
you can show us a
Yeah,
few.
of course. Here. I didn't bring so much, but where can I,
Dito yung camera.
alright.
Yan.
I'll just open it, no?
Go
I'll just
ahead.
open it.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you can lift it a little bit. Kita naman siya. Yeah, kita naman daw. All right, maybe you can describe to us some of the rings that you have, some of the options, and do you have any promos that you'd like to share? Go ahead.
Okay. For this design, these are most of our popular designs that clients really choose. So there's rose gold, there's two-tone, there's yellow gold, there's white gold. And all are in 18 karat gold. Yeah. So, yun. And our promo right now with the Getting Married online bridal fair is 20% off
Wow.
on all wedding rings.
Ang
And
laki.
yeah.
Is that bigger than the previous or?
It's what we normally offer if we have promos talaga. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
And actually, kung hindi nyo na nakikita talaga, but kumikinang talaga siya.
Yeah.
Like, I can see it. I'm a few meters away, but I can see how bright it is. The
Yeah.
quality is really good. I'm waiting for my time. If ever, you know that, sir.
Just give me a call.
Oh, definitely. Wala pa tang bridal fair, sir, pero discount na rin.
Yeah, of course, of course.
And we will find out the name in just a bit, but as you can see, ipipindot ko na. Handa na. Okay, the number is 298. So if you are the number 298, the 298th person to register online for this webinar or for this bridal fair, then you are our winner. Ayan, itatapat ko lang para makita nyo guys ha. 298. We will get the name of the winner and we will comment it on the Facebook. And if you are the winner, please do message us and let us know. And we will also let Jay's Diamond know as well. And I just want to let you guys know na sobrang ganda ng bracelet na ito. You can wear it on your wedding day or you can wear it for yourselves. If I had the chance, ako na sana ang panalo. But it's really great. And I really love the fact that you can do an online consultation for all of your clients. And maybe like one of my last questions just to ask, because I'm very, very curious now. There are so many types of cuts for the diamond. We have princess cut, you have oval, you have teardrop. So what's the most common cut and what is your favorite cut?
For us, as a jeweler, pag magde-design, we really want Well, for us, we prefer round cut kasi you can play with round cut. Eh. You can make a round cut diamond look like a princess cut diamond depending sa pagsiset. So, and then of course, the most popular one is still the round cut compared with the other. Kasi if normally with brides, they after the proposal, they look for a wedding ring that they can wear at the same time na mukhang isang ring on their finger.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think the perfect match pag sinuot is round cut. Kasi
And-
unlike pag princess, may kanto, it's a square. May kanto, so mas mahirap to look for a wedding ring that will match.
Hindi
that
ko
will look
alam
good.
na pwede pala yan, na you can get a round cut that looks like a princess cut.
Yes. Pwede naman. Depende sa setting kung paano siya ginawa.
Okay,
Yeah.
yan. That's why you're the expert eh. That's why you're the one you should call. If ever, I mean, he's the one you should call if ever you have questions, if ever that you have an idea of what you want for a wedding ring, but you're not really sure how it's going to look like. Kasi minsan yung nakuha mo sa picture, iba rin kapag nasuot mo na, di ba?
Yeah.
So it's better to just consult with a professional. And Jay's Diamond Jewelry, definitely, they have been in the industry for so, how many years na ba?
Actually, we are young pa for a jewelry. We are just around 7 years pa lang here in the Philippines.
Here in the Philippines. Meron pa abroad.
We make it lang.
Okay. So definitely someone who knows their expertise very, very well. And I love that you brought us also some of your samples. I'm sure that they've seen this online while we were talking. And I just want to know if you have any advice that you would like to share with some of the couples before you plug as well your social media and your Facebook. Go ahead.
My advice for couples is push through, go with your wedding. Don't really, you postponed it for, some couples, they postpone it like 2-3 times na. So at the end of the day, it's really about the two of you. It's not about how many guests you have, no? And then of course, choose the best, your preferred wedding ring supplier. Which, kung ano yung nakakapagpasaya, kung anong design yung magiging happy ka. That's the most important thing. Yeah.
And I love the fact that it's really important na sila. Yeah, not the guests. Because ang dami nagsasabi na, you think it's still gonna be special if 30 lang kami?
Yeah.
But actually, yes.
Yes.
There are some couples na sila lang dalawa.
Yeah.
Diba, civil muna, and then the reception later on.
Yeah.
And it's, like you said, the ring is there from the beginning.
Yes.
Whether or not you have guests.
Yes.
So dapat, happy ka na rin
Yes.
sa ring mo.
Yes, correct.
There you go. So thank you so much. Do you have any of your social media accounts that you would like to plug? Go ahead.
If you want to check out our designs, it's on Instagram at Jay's Diamond Jewelry, and on Facebook it's facebook.com/Jay's Diamond Jewelry or www.jaysdiamond.com.ph.
There you have it. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to do an online consultation with Jay's Diamond Jewelry, you can do so, and they can make sure that your online consultation is just as good as the personal one. Because like you mentioned, Mr. Kenneth, is that there's a process. There's online consultation first. You can visit the shop after once they have made an appointment, an official appointment, and then you can get the dream ring that you have always wanted, whether you are the husband or the bride. Because now, a lot of husbands are also becoming more active kung ano yung gusto nilang klaseng ring, di ba? So it's nice to see that the couples can do this together, and it's nice to know that a lot of the women out there can also hint to their future husbands na, oh, sa Jay's Diamond ka na lang kasi I have a few ring designs that I like. Doon ka na lang magpa-consult. Yan. Pwede naman din, has anyone taken a picture of their hand and then showed it to you?
For kung bagay, something
Yeah.
like that, it won't really, hindi no.
Iba talaga,
Yeah, they
no?
really wanna go and wear. Kasi minsan, you look at the photo, it looks nice, pero after, pagsuot mo, ay, it's not bagay pala with my finger. Parang may ganun eh.
Yeah. Medyo nawala yung mystery ng proposal ring, no?
Yeah.
Pero at least, you're happy.
Yes, yes.
Wala nang sisihan.
Yes,
Kasi
yes,
pinili mo din yan.
Yes, correct.
Good to know, good to know. All right, so thank you so much once again,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Kenneth
thank you
from
also.
Jay's Diamond Jewelry. And if ever that you have any questions, once again, you may go to their Facebook page and their Instagram.
Yeah.
If you want to follow them for some inspiration for your for your rings, go ahead. And also, I would just like to remind you that their promos are out there, 20%. That's really, really big. And there are so many options for you to choose from. And you can go to Getting Married Bridal Fair or Getting Married Fills.com to check out their promos and to email them directly for your inquiries. So thank you so much. Is there
Thank you
anything else
also.
you'd like to say, or
Okay na. Thank
okay
you.
na?
Yeah.
Thank you again sa mga viewers.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to be moving on from one jewelry designer and a supplier to another. And unfortunately, he's not with us in person, I think. But we will be going into a Zoom meeting naman because of course, since we are live, we still have an option to go to a Zoom meeting. But before that, I'd like to give it away to Kevin. Kevin, how are you over there? Kamusta ka naman?
All right, thank you very much. That was a fantastic interview. It's nice to be able to see the jewelry that we can get if ever the big day comes, all right? But now, the reason why you're here with me is because in the spirit of getting to see live demonstrations of our very reputable suppliers, we'd like to show you one more special performance from one of the most sought-after live acts in the industry. So, please, feast your eyes and ears as I now introduce to you the very talented Bernie Basamba. All right, there you have it. So to all my friends here with me now and to everybody watching in the virtual world, a big hand for the talented musicians of Bernie Pasamba, everybody.
Great love that's true.
But now, we want to get to know more about the band and the person behind this whole thing, which is why I am really happy to be able to announce to all of you that with me now is the man himself, Mr. Bernie Pasamba.
Hello, Kevin.
A man of very few words. Sir Bernie, thank you very much for being here with us this afternoon. So, sir, I'm sure everybody's really anxious to find out, being that nandito tayo in a very new setting. Is there anything new? How have you adjusted? Kamusta po kayo ngayong nasa new normal na po tayo?
Definitely, we have to really adjust right now. No, weddings right now are, of course, as we all know, na hindi masyadong natutuloy yung mga weddings, but definitely we have to adjust, and we have to follow all the protocols and the guidelines of IATF, wearing of face shields, wearing of face masks, and even the singers are wearing face masks while they're performing. So, and there are I guess prefer right now a smaller number of musicians. Instead, before we're doing a double quartet, a 10-piece string orchestra. Right now, we're couples prefer small group. But definitely, intimate wedding need not to be very simple, right? So even though intimate wedding, we can do also at the same time, we can still do the same thing, the double quartet. We can do a choir also during the ceremony. So it's to be heartwarming wedding. Music is very important.
I agree, sir. So I think it heavily depends on the guidelines of kung saan yung location ng magiging reception, di ba?
Yeah.
Or the wedding itself.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
where they're going to be able to play around with the size of the band, how many people are going to be involved, correct?
Yeah, definitely. The last time we did something here in Hilton is that it's a 50, they only have 50 guests, but they have an eight-piece choir and 8-piece double quartet doing the music. And we had the flash mob.
Nagpa-flash mob din po kayo?
Yes, nagpa-flash mob. Yeah, because the problem, ang challenge right now in an intimate wedding, it's how you're going to execute it so that the guests will not get bored. So what's important right now is to have a good entertainment. To, of course, not to bore the guests. Because during the intimate wedding, probably there are cases that they eliminate the games, especially the games, because there's a lot of contact during. So what you can do is right now is to get a good entertainment, to not to bore the guests, and it also minimizes the talking. Because that's the time the people will eat, they will remove their face masks, they will remove their face shields. So to minimize the talking and refrain from talking, there should be a good entertainment, parang concert type.
Yeah, I wanted to take away from that, Sir Bernie. It's really important that you mentioned that because it's really, this is the challenge, not only for the entertainers, but for all the suppliers as well, is despite the circumstances and the limitations of yung mga intimate receptions natin ngayon, how to make the program still entertaining. And I've been lucky enough to have hosted one of my first intimate weddings with you guys as well
Yeah.
during the pandemic. Tapos napaka-successful pa rin ng program. So congratulations to you
Yeah.
guys, Sir Bernie.
Yeah.
Now I have a question. I think a lot of people watching right now, Sir Bernie, probably they might not have any idea of what to look for when it comes to live music o yung mga entertainment na ganyan. What tips can you give them for them to find out, ito yung gusto ko. Gusto ko ng quartet or double quartet or things like that, Sir Bernie?
Yeah. Well, definitely we have to adjust on the allowed number of musicians that let's say the restaurant or the hotel or the church, and we have to abide whatever will be the guidelines of the, let's say for the church, they only allow is how many musicians, and the hotels, if how many musicians are allowed, especially all the suppliers including. So we have to follow that. Definitely, it's really the call of the couple, but we can always suggest what's going to be more entertaining.
I agree 100%, which is why they're getting you because kayo po yung mga professionals, hindi ba?
Definitely you have to level up eh. Hindi not unlike before, it's only ambience music, no?
Correct.
For the reception. Now we have to level up. It should be more on the performance level, more on the concert type, so that people, the guests, will watch. Because that's how you're going to entertain. You have a good performance, good entertainment during the reception. Because definitely games, it's close contact. Eh? So that's part of the program, the games. But at this time of the pandemic, I don't know if we can think of a game there's no contact.
Yeah, absolutely. And importante nga naman talaga na mag-level up. And to take away from you mentioning leveling up, apparently, just a fun fact for everybody watching now, isa lang ba, sir? The first song that they played earlier was a special composition by the band and by Sir Bernie Pasamba. In fact, what I want to share with all of you is that sa mga interesado man to have their own very special compositions as well, this is something that Sir Bernie and his band offers as well, correct?
Yeah, actually the first song was composed by Trina Belamide. That's To Love and To Hold. You can ask also other composers if you want to customize your own bridal march, compose your song.
Theme song nila,
Theme song,
diba?
yeah. We can ask other composers also to do it for them.
Wonderful. And would there be a possibility to have a special request na si Bernie Pasamba po mismo ang sasama sa band?
Definitely.
Now, I wouldn't want to take too much of the time of our viewers here tonight because we are constrained by time. So, Sir Bernie, I'd like to invite you to, if there is a special message that you'd like to relate to our viewers, or to invite them to check out your rates or kung may promo man kayo.
Yeah,
for
you
this
have a
bridal
promo
fair.
right now, in Getting Married, the online bridal fair. We're offering a 15% discount for Metro Manila events. This is up to December 31, 2020, and less 10% for out-of-town bookings. So you check out our website also. It's www.berniepasamba.com. You can see our repertoire and some of our performances.
Thank you very much. Before I let you go for the last time here this afternoon, a big hand for one of the most sought-after musical acts in the industry. Sir Bernie, maraming salamat
Thank
po for
you,
joining
Kevin.
us.
Yeah.
And we're going to have a lot more treats for you guys, so I'm going to give you to one of our very talented hosts for this afternoon. Z, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much once again to Kevin and Mr. Bernie Pasamba. I have also had the joy in joining you in some of the weddings, but this is pre-COVID, of course. So it's really nice to hear music, especially this type of music. It really makes me reminisce of all of the weddings that we have done, but it's still very, very possible to have more even during this pandemic. Now, at this point, we're going to be moving on, actually. So thank you so much to Bernie Pasamba, and again to Kevin. I'll see you in just a bit, because later on we will be asking a few questions to some of our couples who have already gone through the intimate weddings and have already gone through the pain of planning their weddings during this COVID time. Now, right now, we're going to be moving on to a Zoom meeting because, of course, what is a virtual event without a Zoom meeting? We have a very special guest, and this person is with us online, coming from A. Bernardo Jewelry, and this is none other than Mr. J.R. Bernardo. Thank you so much for being with us here online. Can you hear me? Can you see me? I hope that you are enjoying the program so far. I think that you have been watching us, but right now I'm going to ask you a few
Hello.
questions. Hello? Hi!
Yes.
You can hear me?
Hello, ma'am. Magandang hapon ho.
Makamam naman, sir.
Sige.
Masaya naman when you're doing your Zoom meeting minsan sa mga clients mo because I know that this is one of the first steps you do for an online consultation. Ganito ba ang teaser? Ganito ba ang feels?
Medyo. No, normally, tawag-tawag eh. Tsaka personal na pupunta rito sa shop. Pero
Really?
bihira pa yung Zoom. May konti-konti pa lang.
Oh, that's interesting to hear. So, marami pang pumupunta sa shop. So, may mga adjustments po ba na ginagawa niyo sa shop para sa mga clients ninyo para ma-accommodate sila and they can feel safe?
Well, I must say, isa kasi ang San Juan City sa pinakamahigpit sa pagdating sa safety protocols ng COVID-19.
Totoo yan.
Kaya nga medyo less than 100 na lang yata ang active case dito sa San Juan. Tsaka isa pa, healthcare profession, healthcare worker kasi yung misis ko. So, medyo inaano kami dito, meron kaming mga contact tracing, ayan, meron kaming mga nakakalat yung mga alcohol dito, kailangan para gamitin. Siyempre, laging kailangang suot ang face shield at face mask at the same time, kaysa baka ma-penalty tayo.
So talagang meron pa kayong healthcare expert, no, na makakapagtulong or makakatulong sa inyo sa pagsasanitize ng shop ninyo.
Asawa ko yun.
Oo nga eh. Sasabihin ko specialist, pero ang totoo asawa.
Wala namang bayad yun.
Oo nga. Ang cute naman. At least nakakatulungan pa kayo sa ganitong industry, no? I really am very curious also to what the couples are asking you tungkol sa mga rings. Kasi minsan, syempre, may kanya-kanyang taste, may kanya-kanyang style. Ano ba yung madalas na mga tanong na naririnig mo sa mga couples when it comes to finding the right ring for you?
Well, ang madalas kong marinig talaga sa totoo lang is kung magkano.
Kung magkano. And I'm sure may
Pero,
promo ka ngayon.
May discount kaming binibigay ngayon. We're offering 30% discount plus freebies. Tapos, designs, kasi ako I don't do yung masyadong photo tapos send sa client. I don't like that. Hindi naman I don't like, medyo hindi ko siya preferred. Gusto ko kasi talaga yung mas nakikita nyo na actual. Iba pa rin yung actual eh. Iba yung photo lang eh, pagdating sa jewelry eh.
Pero pwede naman siyang gawin peg, na meron kang nakitang photo, peg lang naman, and then when it comes to actual, may mga konting adjustments, may konting customizations pa, no?
Yes, pwede naman. Actually, that's yung parang made to order na, no?
Yes.
We also do that.
It's good to hear from you as well na ang laki ng discount na binigay mo din, 30%. Is this just for the bridal fair or meron ka pang iba pang promos na ino-offer sa ating mga viewers ngayon or sa ating mga nakarehistro sa wedding fair natin or bridal fair natin?
Merong mga kasama siyang freebies pagka nag-purchase. Tsaka, kasi kami usually, tong shop namin, tuwing magdi-December na ganyan, may mga binibigay kaming mga free na kung ano-ano, mga pang Pasko ba, pang bigay. Traditional na namin dito yan.
Ayan, sobrang generous nyo kasi. So that's a great way for all of our viewers to really plan, especially when it comes to wedding rings or, for example, your engagement ring. But also, if you have accessories, I'm sure marami pang options din si Sir JR, no?
Yes, marami po.
Lalo na pag December, the season of giving, and it's still very, very possible for you to do so even during the pandemic. I also want to ask, no, when it comes to consultations, ano ba dapat ihanda ang ating mga couples bago sila magpa-consult sa'yo?
Wala naman. Minsan kasi tawag dito, talagang wala pa silang, normally na nagko-consult sa akin, halos wala pang idea. Wala pang idea kung anong nila, kung anong gusto nila. Minsan kulay lang, kung anong gusto nilang kulay. Actually, ganun lang. Tapos ako na lang sa kanila, nagsasuggest, suggest ko ganito, okay lang ba sa'yo? Tapos, sasabihin ko nila sa kanila, sinasabi ko lang sa kanila na, gusto mong mas makita na actual, come to our shop. Kasi tawag dito, mas ma-appreciate mo pag sabay-sabay mo silang sinusukat. Siyempre.
Totoo. Mas madali ba kapag hindi pa nila alam or wala silang idea, or mas madali na meron na silang idea or peg in mind? Like for you especially, like preferred mo as a jeweler?
Well, sa more than 20 years namin experience, syempre mas madali yung may idea na sila. Pero minsan kasi minsan kasi bihira naman yung yung may idea agad about the rings eh. Mas siguro kung well, bihira ako maka-encounter ng marami na may idea na. Kumbaga ba, siguro, usually magbabrowse pa yan sa internet, magtatanong-tanong sa mga kaibigan, ganyan. Pero, yun.
At the end of the day, it's better to just consult with someone who really knows about it more, just like you, right?
Yeah, mas maganda yung gano'n, yung pumunta, tanongin nyo lang ako minsan, mag-suggest naman ako. Wala naman akong bayad yung consultation sa akin.
Free naman ang consultation.
Kung gusto niyo akong pameriendahin, okay lang.
Yan, at least alam ng ating mga couples, if you guys want to have a free consultation, Sir JR is there personally. Ikaw na mismo, sir, no?
Yes. Kahit naman sa bridal fair na na actual, ako rin ang nahandon. Ako rin yung nandito sa shop, tawag dito. Halos ako nga lahat yung makikita nyo naman lagi.
So very hands-on, and especially if you really don't have an idea of what kind of ring you want or what kind of color, you have someone who can guide you kung ano yung personality mo, kung ano yung style mo. And speaking of, let's talk about some of the trends that's been happening right now. Ano ba yung nakikita mong trend ngayon when it comes to choosing a ring? Like, nagiging mas uso ngayon ng rose gold or white gold. Ano ba yung nakikita mo na trend sa market ngayon when it comes to couples choosing the style of rings?
Most of the time, hindi na yung kung ano yung trend eh. Most of the time, kung saan sila komportable. Most of the time, ganon. Kung ano yung binibisa nila sa pang-araw-araw nila na gawain, kung sila'y laging nasa labas, gano'n eh. Naririnig ko sa pag-uusap nila, gano'n. Tapos sa kulay, wala naman particular na uso na kulay recently. Most of the time, meron akong mga kahit yellow gold na sinasabi na medyo classic. Meron pa rin yung order eh.
Meron nga talaga. Kasi meron talaga gusto ng classic colors pa rin.
Ganun na nga. Hindi siya, walang actual na trend ngayon eh.
That's good to know.
Wala akong nakitang ganun.
Kasi marami din may gusto na talagang it speaks to them personally, not just kung ano yung uso. That's good to know.
Nga.
Ano pa, sir, ang gusto mong ma-share sa ating mga viewers, especially now, I'm sure a lot of them are soon to be weds or soon to get married, or yung mga nagpapaisip na or nagpaparamdam sa kanilang mga boyfriend or girlfriend na gusto na nila magpakasal. Baka merong gusto po kayong i-share sa kanila.
Kumuha kayo ng calling card dito, lagay nyo sa wallet ng boyfriend nyo.
Pwede.
Tawag dito, tawag dito kasi iba yung ngayon, meron tayong pandemic kahit papaano. Medyo bumababa ng araw yata, pero syempre, tuloy nyo yung kasal. Yung the wedding is once in a lifetime lang naman. Hindi naman yan mauulit. Wala naman tayong divorce sa Pilipinas. Tawag dito, tuloy nyo pa rin, pero mag-iingat kayo. Kasi syempre, hindi naman siguro masayang nakakasal ka may sakit ka naman.
Totoo. So, maybe ang pwede nilang gawin is pagdating nila sa store mo, kayo ang ipapakonsult nila for the wedding rings and the jewelry, and then yung wife mo naman ang tatanungin nila for the safety protocols. Joke lang yan. Pero I'm sure, minsan baka ganun pa ang tanong kapag nakita yung wife mo, no?
Nung mga ganon, lagi tinatanong kung marami ko ba yung cases.
Ang cute
sabi ko nga tawag dito, basta ako dito lang pagpupunta kasi sinasabi ko naman sa mga pagpupunta rito sa shop, wag niyong kakalimutan na dalhin yung iyong face mask, isuot ang face mask at face shield. Kasi may nag-check talaga from time to time nagmumulta sila ng malaki.
Ayan. Tsaka kailangan may alcohol na dala, lagi. Mag-wash sila
yung,
ng hands.
Yung alcohol, marami namang mga sa mga post dito, meron naman silang mga may mga alcohol naman. Kahit dito sa shop, pagpasok mo may alcohol naman na pinoprovide. Pero yun nga lang, syempre, yung talaga yung face mask tsaka face shield, napaka-strict ng napaka-strict dito dun eh.
Sa San Juan, sa area nyo.
Sa area po namin.
So for all of the viewers who are watching and are wondering what places are the strictest when it comes to the safety protocols, isa doon po ang San Juan. And you can also visit their shop, that's A. Bernardo Jewelry. And they also have a lot of strict protocols as well. So pwede naman kayo mag-visit in person just in case. Mga walk-ins din, tinatanggap nyo na po, sir?
Yes po. Yes, tumatanggap po kami ng walk-ins. And we're open every day, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m.
That's good. And halos half day na yan, no? Almost whole day. From 11 to 6 p.m. Yan. And they're
Yes,
very,
ma'am.
very generous. They have a 30% discount promo all the way until Christmas pa and may freebies pa daw. Lalo na if you're going to be watching this for the Getting Married, a Bridal Fair para sa lahat ng mga viewers. And kung gusto niyo pa malaman kung ano bang freebies, pwede ba kayo mag-teaser kung ano yung mga freebies niyo na mabibigay?
Secret muna.
Ay, secret! Gusto nila surprise! So kung gusto
Surprise,
niyo malaman kung ano yung freebies, i-inquire niyo na.
Basta hanapin niyo ako dito naman sa shop, tawag dito. Hindi naman ako mahirap lapitan. Mahirap lang ako hanapin, pero hindi ako mahirap lang. Nebiro na.
Ayan. So what about any social media that you would like to share with our viewers para mag-follow din po sila sa inyo? Anything you would like to promote as well? This is your time to shine.
Hello, this is JR of A. Bernardo's Jewelry. We're giving, for this bridal fair, we're giving 30% discount plus freebies. Please visit our FB page and please visit our shop.
Ayan. So thank you so much once again, Sir J.R. Bernardo from A. Bernardo Jewelry. And of course, for all of your questions, you can just go ahead and follow the Getting Married Facebook. And you can see all of the suppliers just like Sir J.R. right here. And you can ask them all of the questions that you have, especially when it comes to your safety or your rings. For me personally, gusto ko talaga magpa-consult lagi sa mga eksperto, sa mga magagaling. Kasi sila din yung makakapag-guide sa inyo kung ano yung tama para sa iyo. Hindi naman siya yung one size fits all. Tulad ng rings, hindi talaga one size fits all, di ba? So everything can be customized, everything can be to your liking, to your taste. So maraming salamat ulit, Sir JR. Let's give him a virtual round of applause.
Thank you so much, Sir
Salamat.
JR. Salamat.
Ayan, may fans kayo dito, Sir JR, oh.
Sir JR looking good on camera, Sir JR.
Ayan, that's Kevin La Peña, just in case you can't
Thank
recognize
you.
him from his face mask. Okay, so thank you again, Sir JR. I hope that you can continue watching and continue supporting the Getting Married Bridal Fair online. And hopefully we'll get to see you very, very soon. Right now, we're going to be moving on and talking about...
Yeah, thank you so much.
Ayan.
JR, thank you so much. And again, we'd like to thank everybody. Please do stay
Thank you.
around. We've got more raffle prizes, pero bago niyan, for all those listening to us here right now, please make sure to comment, put your suggestions, insights, tweets online using the hashtag. The hashtag to use is...
Yes, the hashtag is Getting Married Bridal Fair Online or GMBF Online, and love conquers all.
Ang galing talaga ni Z. Magaling mag-memorize. Oh.
Buti nga
Magaling
hindi niyo ako
talaga.
tinawag, RJ, kasi
Na-quiz mo ako,
My goodness.
RJ. Tinetesting mo ako.
good job you passed.
Great
Alright.
job. And at this point, I know that some of them couldn't be here in person, but they would love to show us some of their lovely dresses. Ano bang lalabas dito ngayon, Z? Di ba? We've got one of our suppliers would love to show us their dresses for the new normal. Is that right?
This is not just any dress. This is a Francis Libiran dress. So you can't just say, this is my wedding dress. You really have to mention that it is specifically a Francis Libiran dress, because a Francis Libiran wedding dress is something that's very unique and really shines. It emulates your bridal glow and your happiness even more than just a normal dress.
And can I just say that sometimes you can also get a Francis Libiran wedding suit.
Ayan!
You know what? I remember this one wedding I did in Baguio, and this guy had a deconstructed wedding suit, yung barong.
Deconstructed wedding
Deconstructed,
suit.
yeah, you know, this parang, it's like, I can't describe parang fishnet type na, wow.
What?
Wow, I was like, wow, this is incredible. I mean, it was new, it was very innovative, something very different, but that's what you expect from a creative genius like
Yeah.
Francis Libiran.
Yeah, and taking away from that, we're also going to be seeing for the gentlemen out there, mamaya, if you're interested to find out kung saan ka pwedeng makapagpagawa ng suits, Suited Up Manila is going to be joining us this afternoon. All right, so from what I hear, this is very important for you guys watching also right now because we're going to be hearing from real life and first-hand accounts from couples who have actually celebrated intimate weddings during the pandemic. So it's different from, it's really different kung marinig nyo yung mga tips from the side of the suppliers and from us as hosts as well. And if you hear from the first-hand accounts from the people or the couples who actually went through the process of putting a wedding together during these very unique and trying times. Right? So from what I hear, we're going to be
So let's
having a
welcome
few
our
guests.
first couple here right now. We have from a bride from Nice Print who was here earlier. We have Miss Ginger Serenilia. Ginger, is that you? Ginger, hi, Ginger.
Is Ginger here?
Actually, it's Ginger Serenilia Maristela now.
Wow, I love that. I love that. Correction pa. Sorry, I love that. Mrs. Maristela, tama ba ako? Mrs. Maristela?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, how are you doing there? How is the ECQ treating you? How's the GCQ treating you?
Well, actually, as marami siguro naka-experience, the ECQ's been hard on me, and because of the anxiety that it gives as well. So,
Mrs. Maristela, I just wanted to ask, if you don't mind, no? So, a bit of a background, because there are many couples watching us here right now, soon to be weds. And I think one of the biggest questions, let's say, when did you guys get engaged and when were you supposed to get married? Did you get married the date that you were supposed to get married or did you push it back?
we had to push it back a few weeks. We got engaged last year, September 2nd of last year, 2019. And we were supposed to have a big wedding this year, October 2. But then, as you may, as things happen, nagkaroon tayo ng pandemic, so we had to scale it back. Actually, one of the things that we had a hard time dealing with is if we're gonna push through or not. Kasi syempre, our parents are both senior citizens and medyo takot kami dahil nga syempre, if people are gonna be getting together, it's because of us. So we wanted to make sure that, first off, if we're gonna push through with a wedding, that everything is safe and everyone is safe, not just our families, but also our suppliers.
Having said that, no, I want to know, what was your thinking process when you decided to push through, and how did you decide to scale it down? Because I'm sure many brides are also thinking the same thing right now. Should I push through? How should I scale it down? Please bring us through your thought process.
First off, I didn't know if we were gonna push through, right? So first off, if we were gonna push through, my husband and I were thinking, sino pwede namin ma-invite? But then again, if we were gonna invite people that are close to us, syempre, that's from a different household. So we also have to take that into consideration. So what we ended up doing was really scale it back down to the bare minimum, which is our immediate families. We didn't have any guests. We made sure na the families that were his immediate family and my immediate family, we had to quarantine for 14 days.
Wow.
Tapos, so we didn't go to work for the 14 days, work from home talaga. Kasi nga, syempre, when you're celebrating a wedding, you have your masks off. So, you love your family, you love everyone there, but syempre, our enemy is a silent killer. So, kailangan talaga, you have to put safety first. So that's the main concern going into the wedding. We needed to make sure that everyone was safe and the protocols that we were going to put in place would minimize the risk of getting everyone together. And thankfully, it all okay naman, naging okay naman yung lahat. So
okay, then can I just also ask, but you also had some suppliers, obviously. You had specific venues which were obviously larger than you expected. You had caterers which were larger than you expect, catering numbers for the caterers which were larger than you expected. When you scaled down, how are you able to manage also talking to your different suppliers when you had to scale down? Because I'm sure that many brides and grooms are also very concerned right now. How do I handle the suppliers? How do I handle the venues which I already chose?
That's the good thing about it, is that all the suppliers right now are super duper they're very accommodating. When you ask if pwede tayo mag-meet, they would meet with you, pero virtually lang talaga.
Oo.
Just to you, and of course, syempre to put a face to the name, syempre it's a wedding. Kahit anumang gawin natin, it's still a wedding. It's still one of the milestones in your life. So syempre you would want it to make it as special as possible. You would want to bring in as much, you would want to bring in as much suppliers as you can, and you want to make sure na kilala mo yung suppliers mo. So the good thing about it is that the suppliers nowadays, either they meet you virtually, they're on call virtually anytime that you ask for them. So that's one of the main things, one of the good things about the suppliers now. They're very ready. And when you ask them to, kasi with my wedding, I asked them for some safety protocols like kung pwede ng antigen swab test on the day itself. And I asked them to wear N95 masks on the day itself. And everyone really was compliant. Everyone was really trying to make sure that each and every individual, supplier or family, would be as safe as possible. So that's one good thing about the suppliers in the industry now.
Well,
they really adapted.
That's really great that your wedding showed that love conquers all, and that suppliers made sure that they made your special day as special as it could be for you.
You're very compliant, yes.
Okay, and just a final question. I'm sure that there were some things that you learned, new things that you learned, new innovations that you did as well for your weddings. What would you like to share to the brides to be, to the couples to be who are planning to get married right now? What should they prepare for? What should they do a bit differently so that it will still be as magical as they expected their most important day to be?
I think one of the main things that you have to keep in mind is this is one of the most special moments in your life. And syempre, you would want to make it as beautiful as you can. But also bear in mind that we're also in the middle of the pandemic. So you have to make sure that you keep everyone, minimize the risk involved in this wedding. And it's actually very doable. Yung ibang couples, I'm sure they're very hesitant to get married now. But it's scary, I know, I've been there. But it's doable. You just really need to talk to people that you're comfortable with, talk to friends who are doctors, talk to nurses who are doctors who can better advise you what safety protocols to put in place. But it's very, very doable.
Well, thank you so much for sharing with us your experience. The newly minted Mrs. Ginger, Sarah Nelia, Maristela, God bless you. I pray that you will have a wonderful marriage. God knows, baka may quarantine baby pagkatapos nito. So thank you so much, Mrs. Maristela. Thank you. God bless you. And enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for joining us over
Thank
here.
you, Ginger. Appreciate the interview. All right, thank you, RJ. That was very helpful yung mga tinanong mo kay Ginger. And thank you, Ginger, for those questions.
Ginger. Thank you.
But unfortunately for us, we have another couple that will be joining us, and we're going to be finding out what their story was during this pandemic. So everybody, I'd like to welcome right now Mariel and Nemerson Sanchez.
Welcome, Mr.
Hello,
and Mrs.
hi,
Sanchez.
everyone. I think that's Mariel coming in with her voice. You know what? Before we see her on camera, Mariel is actually my schoolmate in University of Perpetual Help. She's a batch higher, I think, or 2 batches higher.
Wow,
so,
what a small world.
Wala sa itsura ni Mariel. Akala ko galing high school lang si Mariel, di ba? Freshman high school, Mariel, tama ba ako?
Mariel, you look very youthful. My goodness, Mariel.
Thank you.
Batang-bata pa, kinuha ka agad ang asawa ni Mr. Sanchez.
Nag-message nga
Mr.
siya sa
Sanchez
akin.
na yan, ibang klase. O sige, it's your call, Kevin.
Sige. Mariel, is Nemerson going to be joining us, or is it just you right now?
It's just me right now. He's shy, but he's beside me. So
Sige, regards na lang.
Magaling.
Pasilip na lang. We want to see the handsome hubs.
they want to see you though.
Sige, mag-appearance
They wanna
ka.
see you.
Nemerson, tara. Hi ka lang, mabilis.
Hi lang daw, mabilis.
Hi lang. Kumaway ka lang, Nemerson.
Ayan, kaway ka lang.
Kiss me, Mariel.
Kamay mo lang,
Mr.
Nemerson.
Sanchez.
Dali yung oras.
Bigay.
Yeah!
Ay, Mr. Sanchez, ibalik mo si Mr. Sanchez, ibalik. Pakis naman dyan, Mrs. Sanchez, para lang naman mag-asawa na kayo. Baka hindi kayo mag-asawa. Baka mag-ibig kayo dyan. Isang kiss na naman.
Isa lang,
Wala naman social
bridal
distancing sa
smooch.
bahay eh. Isa lang.
Sorry.
Isang kiss lang. Isang kiss lang. Sige na.
Kiss lang. Emerson, halika, come on.
Kiss lang naman. Makasawa na kayong dalawa. Wala lang social distancing sa bahay.
One lang.
He's so shy, ayaw niya.
O sige, yung tali pa rin, hindi siya close his eyes na kisses. Yung parang hindi makita. Close his eyes na lang. Ha? Ayaw mo yan?
Yun, parang may negotiating process.
Gagawin siya sa
Sige.
Sige.
We're gonna make do. You tried at least,
so
RJ.
shy.
Thank you very much for the effort. Sige, at least now all our attention right now is to you, Mariel. Thank you very much again for joining us this afternoon. Appreciate you taking the time. I just have a question. We want to get to know more about your experiences in putting your wedding together. What became the process, or paano ba? What were your experiences in pivoting and adjusting, maybe scaling down even to the new normal and having your wedding pushed through?
Okay, well, what happened is that we got engaged in 2019, and we ended up 2019 in, almost all of the major suppliers are already booked. So when the lockdown came in, so that's when we started really, especially me, I was really worried if it will still be on lockdown in September. We got married last September, and I was really ready to postpone the wedding. Like I told Nemrna, okay, I'm really ready. If we have to move everything, I'm good. But after that, I said, we've already invested our time, our money in booking and planning. Let's just go ahead and proceed with the wedding. Accept the quarantine protocols that the venues will have, because of course you won't know by next year if you still have COVID or not. So might as well continue or proceed with the wedding. And I really do like the hashtag love conquers all, because that's what we really experience from the time that we are replanning based on the quarantine protocols on having a wedding ceremony at this time.
Yeah, that's the reason why we're all here, to make sure that everybody finds out that love really can conquer all. Pero nahirapan ka ba with dealing with your suppliers, especially since everything has been volatile because of the circumstances? How did you go about with adjusting with your suppliers?
With the suppliers, no, I never really had a hard time. Although there was one that we cannot contact, so we just assumed that they are not operating. We moved on after we had to look for another supplier. But no, I never had a hard time with everyone. We just contacted, we're proceeding with the wedding. How do we go about this? Are your team okay with doing a wedding while we are in pandemic? And everyone just said, yeah, we can assist you, and we will be in your wedding.
All right, it's one thing to find out, especially for the couples watching here right now. It's one thing to find out kung ano yung naging process mo in adjusting to making your wedding push through during the pandemic. Pero what I also want to personally find out is, when the wedding did push through, what were your experiences? Can you take us through that? What was the reception of your guests? What happened?
I was surprisingly relaxed because I really handed everything to our coordinator, to the photo and video team. Like, sige, kayo na bahala dyan. You know what you're doing. If there are any problems, let me know. We also had the wedding through Zoom. So my colleagues, some of our relatives are also watching. So that was also what's in my mind. Is the Zoom on? Saan nakalagay? Can everyone hear? What are they seeing? Because I don't want it to be very dull that while they're waiting for the ceremony and no one is talking. So it's good that one of my colleagues actually did talk. So she's like the host of that Zoom wedding. Of course, when the doors opened, when it was my time to walk down the aisle, meron ding feeling na parang, ay, sayang, this could have been 150 people, but there are only 10 of us allowed in the wedding ceremony. But it was okay. The moment that I stepped, like my first step to walk down the aisle, nawala na lahat. I was just really focusing on Nemr. And nakakatawa lang kasi I was also looking for my phone. Nasaan yung phone, ano yung nag-feed sa Zoom na live. Those are what's going through in my head. And then the reception, we had 30 people. So we had to change the venue because our venue closed. They're not operating. We had to change the venue. 30 people are allowed. But then again, booking the correct, the proper suppliers who knows what they do, wala kang magiging problema. Kasi pagpasok namin doon, it's like, okay, wow, everything looks good and fun.
Yeah, so it really goes to show the importance of finding the right suppliers that fit you and your husband's or your partner's personality and mga requirements nyo nga, di ba? But like what you said earlier, I also have a lot of friends who have become or have been on the fence about kung itutuloy man nila yung wedding nila during the pandemic. What tips can you give them and what word of inspiration can you give them na okay lang na ituloy yung wedding kahit hindi na gaano kalaki? What can you share with these couples who are still on the fence about pushing through?
Yes, just like the other suppliers, push through with your wedding. It took a while for me to accept that what we planned for 150 people will no longer happen. So for the brides, if you feel like crying because what you have initially invested is no longer going to happen, cry it all out. That is okay. You have to express your emotions. And then after, you have to stand up, you have to plan your wedding because it's your day. It's once in a lifetime. It's not going to happen again. Even if you will have a sequel wedding, the first ceremony, the first wedding that you will have should still be memorable. So they'll cry it all out and then plan, enjoy. It could get stressful, that's true. But then keep in mind that you are planning your wedding. So enjoy, coordinate, collaborate with your partner in making decisions, follow the protocols. And what I learned while planning this wedding is to focus on what you can control. You cannot control everything. There are quarantine guidelines. When the church says you are only allowed to have 10 people, unfortunately, kailangan sumunod. But after that, focus. What else can you control with that given situation?
Absolutely. All at the end of the day, it is your day. Especially today. Ngayong araw na to, Mariel. Araw mo din to, pati araw din ni Nemerson. Sayang lang, we didn't get to see that bridal smooch earlier. One last chance, baka si Nemer gusto niya rin. Nemer, last chance.
Bigay mo na, Nemer, bigay mo na.
Sige na, bago natin i-conclude to.
He went out of the balcony.
Kaya pala.
Thank you very much, Mariel. Everybody, a big hand for Mariel and Nemerson Sanchez. Everybody, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariel.
And to the team behind Getting Married Bridal Fair, thank you so much.
She's Ate Mariel to me, so thank you, Ate Mariel. And if you can hear the way she speaks, it's because she sometimes also hosts on the side, sometimes for her company and for her friends. So
Kaya pala.
we come from AB Communication.
Kinukuwi, eksena pala namin, Mariel eh.
Giving us a run for our money, Mariel.
Ikaw pala, Mariel. Maraming salamat, Mariel. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time.
Man, that was entertaining.
Her
Archie,
wedding,
thank you very much.
her wedding photos were really also very, very happy. You can see how happy she was, and
Oh. So, how about both of you? When are you going to get, when is your pandemic kayong dalawa? Paano kayong dalawa
feeling
dito?
ko si Kevin muna.
Marami. It was quite challenging, especially for the first few months, especially since two of my main industries were hit hard directly.
Na, ibig sabihin ka lang, ikaw magpapakasal ka ba?
Magpapakasal?
Not yet yung mga natin.
Siguro sa mga in a decade or so sa next Getting Married Bridal.
Oh my.
Okay. Sige.
We still have one more couple, and here we have Mr. and Mrs. Alvin and Beatrice Sanchez. But I think what we are seeing right now is Beatrice. Hi, Beatrice, or should we call you Bea? What's your nickname?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. You can call me Bea.
Bea, we had two Mrs. Sanchez's, one after the other, I see.
Oh my. Is your husband and...
Where's your better half? Where's Mr. Half? Mr. Sanchez, nandiyan ba siya? Mr. Sanchez?
Mr. Half.
Out right now. So, yung husband ko na running some errands. Pero sabi ko, ako na lang yung mag-appear for this afternoon.
Okay. Mamaya, konti ba, Mrs. Sanchez, pwede ba konting kiss sa asawa mo para alamin talaga ng asawa ng hindi? Pwede magpakiss kayo, dalawa, sa amin, for the benefit of our audience? Ayan, yes, okay,
yes,
very
daw.
good. Ayun, yan yung
Pagdating ni hubby.
Kala ko magdi-disconnect bigla to si
Oo nga eh. Sorry, we're just using mobile internet actually.
Mobile
so,
data
disclaimer
lang.
if ever.
It's okay. We're still going to ask you a few questions about your experience for having an intimate wedding during the pandemic. How many guests did you have just before we start our formal questioning?
We only had 33 guests, including us.
33?
Only our intimate families and our entourage were present during our wedding. We we had our wedding last month lang.
Wow,
October 10.
congratulations. I'm sure there are so many people right now who are planning or pushing through with their wedding, but ang lagi nilang tinatanong sa akin is, Z, masaya ba even if we're just 30? And that's the question that I want to ask you. As a bride, I'm sure that you were planning for a much bigger wedding, no, initially. So ang tanong ngayon, especially for a lot of brides who are really stressing about this, is it still going to be fun with only 30 guests or less?
Actually, initially, no, we planned for around 250 to 300 guests. So we were supposed to get married ng May.
Wow.
But we had to cancel. We decided to cancel na parang early April because parang the situation is not getting better, no. We thought parang yung first lockdown natin, which is 1 month lang, till April 15. Sabi namin, di kaya pa yan. But when things got worse, during in the course of the few weeks after, no? So parang kami, sige na cancel na lang. To be honest, I didn't expect na it will be as fun as I thought it would be.
Wow.
It's very different from what I imagined, syempre. Parang we were engaged in November 2018. So medyo long yung planning namin because we had, parang what can you say? Parang ano siya parang medyo may issues lang kami. For example, because parang mixed marriage kami. So, one Catholic, one Christian. So parang we had to fix all the documents, we had to find mga churches and everything, no? But medyo nung medyo naka-plansya na kami yung track ng aming wedding, and then yun nga, biglang na-cancel. Parang sabi namin, tutuloy pa ba kami this year? Kasi nga, syempre parang you imagine your wedding na, di ba, you'll be with your closest family and friends, di ba, to celebrate with you. But sobrang iba yung magic ng intimate. Parang iba pala yung, because we got to go around to interact with our guests more during the course of the wedding.
So that's really great to hear that initially you thought that it might be a little bit more chill. I don't want to use the word sad, so a little bit more chill, going from 300 or 250 guests to 300 all the way down to 30. But it was better than what you expected. That's always a good thing to hear.
Parang actually all of our guests, lahat talaga nag-comment na iba pala yung magic pag intimate wedding. Because syempre parang sanay tayo na we go to weddings na medyo maramihan, di ba? About 150 and above. But yun nga, parang iba pala yung magic ng intimate. Parang as in, parang very, 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 very private yung dating.
So I want to ask you also, because ang daming factors, no? There are certain people who are saying, i-cancel na lang natin, let's just do it next year kapag medyo nag-die down na yung pandemic.
Yeah.
Ikaw, ano ba yung naging factor na sabi mo, you know what, ituloy pa rin? Like, I really want to know what was going through your mind because you went already to the process of, let's cancel it, right? You went from May, ika-cancel muna natin. Bakit mo sinabi na ituloy na lang natin instead of moving into another year?
Syempre, parang we really prayed for it. Parang talagang seek kami ng help ni Lord talaga and guidance talaga if we are really to push through with our wedding. But at the end of the day, we realized na it's about our marriage, diba? And yun nga, with or without big celebration, diba? I know everybody will be praying for us, celebrating with us. We even had our yung aming church ceremony to be live streamed. So parang at least makita din ng aming mga families and friends, the ones na hindi makakapunta or hindi talaga allowed kasi to pumunta, to witness our wedding as well.
Yes, I understand that it's also very difficult to make it more interesting for the people who are watching online. So ano ba yung mga elements na dinagdag mo? What did you add to your wedding to still make it fun for those who are possibly on Zoom or for those who are also participating in the program on site? What was it that made it more fun for you?
Actually, yung amin kasi sa church lang kami. So, nakita lang nila kami like to walk down the aisle, yun, ganon. And meron pa kaming mga even guests na nag-comment during the ceremony about the situation. Yun nga, parang they're so happy. At least, parang as if nandun din sila during our wedding.
We just want to ask also before we let you go and find your hubby. Kasi hindi siya talaga makakarating, hindi siya aabot ata for the smooch. But I know that we've been asking the couples earlier, what are your advice for the couples? But right now, maybe the advice is more towards what kind of questions should the couples ask for the suppliers? Because I know that you have talked to your suppliers for almost 2 years kasi 2018 pa kayo na-engage, di
November,
ba?
yeah.
So, ano yung
Pero
mga tanong?
we officially booked around yung mga major suppliers namin, mga quarter 4 na of 2019. So, medyo short period na rin kami towards the May 30 na target namin. But, siguro, one thing that I could advise dun sa mga couples natin right now who are enjoying their preparations, maybe, yun nga, at this point, for example, if hindi ba gumanda yung situation anytime soon, will yung mga suppliers ba nila, will they be willing to do the wedding still, di ba? Because it's about safety of everybody eh. And also, other advice din siguro is to, kumbaga, maximize yung mga resources din that we have right now. Parang, hindi siya yung siguro mas extravagant, or at least makikita nila na ano yung mga iniisip nila, but sobrang dami din namang mga suppliers that can, kumbaga, service yung mga iba-ibang requirements na need din nila.
Thank you so much for that. It's nice to hear from you, Bea Sanchez, Mrs. Bea Sanchez, I'd like to say. And it's nice to hear that it was better than what you expected. I mean, that's what you hope for as a bride, no? Na, no matter what, whether it's small or big, what you want is that your wedding would be better than what you dreamed of, or better than what you
100%.
expected.
Agree, 100%. Z.
Yes.
And at least they can say that in this point of history, when you look back 10, 12 years, wow, I mean,
it's an automatic memorable wedding.
We got married in the midst of the pandemic, Mrs. Sanchez. That must be something interesting, some story that you can tell your kids at the same time, how you're able to get married in the midst of this pandemic. So it's truly, thank you so much for sharing your time.
Even yung mga guests namin online na nakanood, no, parang they were commenting na yung wedding daw namin was one of the nice things that parang happened in 2020. Despite the pandemic. So parang very, very comforting din na they are supporting us.
So through your wedding, naka-inspire ka ng ibang tao pa, di ba? Because you know, it's been a very challenging year for many of us. And at least the wedding is a bright spot. People look at it, wow, this is something that we can aspire to, we love, you know, it affirms life. So thank you so much for sharing your story with us, Mrs. Sanchez. So again, thank you so much to all of our 3 brides who share with us right now. We have Mrs. Beatriz Gayola Sanchez, Mrs. Mariel Aguilar Sanchez, and Mrs. Ginger Serenilia Maristela. Thanks so much for sharing with us here right now. And guys, before we move on to the next part, syempre maraming umaabang para sa ating raffle prizes.
A lot of people have been tuning in just for this.
For the raffle prizes this time, right? I have our mahiwagang number generator. I will be sharing this number generator with the rest of you.
Correct.
We can just press, as you can see here right now, if you can watch me right now, we have a number generator over here. We will just press our number generator on this mahiwagang iPad over here, and when we press it, it will generate the number. Then we will announce later on who will be going home with our special prizes. And the first prize we'll be giving away right now will be a gift certificate for all-you-can-eat lunch or dinner for 2 at Cafe 1228 at one of my favorite hotels in Makati, Cafe New World in Makati. Let me welcome our first winner. Congratulations goes to number 257. Oh my God, 257. I never thought you would put this. Congratulations, 257. Let me give this right now to Z as she reads our next winner over here, who's going to be going home with
Konti na lang. 68. So if you are number 68, congratulations. You are one of our winners for the free trial of makeup from Bichan. And we're going to have one more.
Baka ito na yan. Baka...
Oh! Kala ko lilipat eh.
135. 135. So we have 68 and 135. Our two winners for the free trial makeup from Bichan Makeup Artistry. Congratulations to you.
All right, so paano ba to? There's just this long...
Just press the generate
button.
word.
Okay. So, I have another... Ito na yata. Isa na lang muna. I have one pair of mock rings made of silver and set with real diamonds, depending on the original wedding ring design, and set with diamond inside by, and I hope I'm reading this correctly, Matus. Tama ba? Matus? Matus. All right. So just to make it clear, one pair of mock rings made of silver and set with real diamonds, depending on the original wedding ring design, and set with diamond inside by Matus. And then the spirit of transparency, yung mahabang button na to na puti, pipindutin ko yun, and randomly, ito yung mananalo. All right?
Hello. Yeah, so that's for diamond outside, di ba?
Yes.
Kasi mahirap
623, congratulations!
Wow. Kasi mahirap diamond inside kaya diamond outside So 623, congratulations!
623. RJ, may prize pa yata tayo dito.
Yeah, but we're gonna hold it for a bit later on, Kev.
Okay. Sige.
In the meantime, congratulations to all our winners. Of course, special congratulations to number 68. We love you, 68!
Almost there. Almost there.
Almost
67.
there. Okay, 67. In the meantime, alam mo naman, you see, one of the best things about the weddings is, of course, wearing that ideal wedding suit for that most important day. And earlier, we got to see how Francis Libiron does it. This time around, yung mga lalaki naman, may panahon yung lalaki mag-shine sa wedding
Oh,
ngayon,
nga.
diba?
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave this interview to the both of you because this is your time. I need to take a break.
Okay, sure.
Break muna ako kasi kanino pa ako nandito eh. Kayo guys, I'm sure you have a lot of questions in terms of what it is you have to wear during a wedding.
That's right.
Isa na yung bilin ko sa inyo.
Yes.
Pwede ba makialam yung bride? Yan ang tanong ko.
As long as hindi see-through yung outfit, okay lang. Okay, as hindi see-through.
Ayan, so I'll leave it to you guys and I'll be back because we still have so much more to talk about later on in the program. So take it away.
We're going to see more of you. RJ, I didn't get a chance to compliment you on how you looked this afternoon.
I didn't get to compliment you as to how good you look this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Kaya ako nag-enjoy dito na kasama kayo mag-host eh.
Oh, mahirap pag dalawang host na alam mo yung next one, alam mo mukhang host rin yan eh. Bediones? Oh my gosh, Bediones! Mr. Greg Bediones of Suit It Up Manila. Really good friend. Greg, how are you doing? Thanks, Greg. Thanks so much for joining us here on Getting Married Online Bridal Fair. You know what? Have you been to the store of Greg in Suit It Up Manila?
Well, unfortunately, maybe one of these days.
Oh, Alampase Road. Really great suits that he's made. Greg, how are you doing over there? How is the new normal? How is the pandemic treating you guys?
Hi guys, thanks for having us. It's a pleasure to be part of this first Getting Married Online Bridal Fair. The new normal has been very challenging, but we've been open since the start of the GCQ. We're open for appointments for new clients at our Makati flagship store. Please book an appointment and discuss any of your requirements for your weddings or events.
Greg, I have a question. During this ECQ, GCQ, right? So people are still getting married, obviously, no? But has there been a change, particularly in what they're wearing? I mean, to make it more, I guess two things in my head, no? It's more PPE. It's gearing more towards a PPE style of a suit, or number two, it's more of a luxwear style of a suit because people are mostly at home. What have you seen in terms of, has there been any subtle changes in the suits that you're seeing coming out of this pandemic or this new normal time?
Well, surprisingly, what we've been getting from our clients are still the normal suits and tuxedos. Since the easing up of restrictions by the IATF, a lot of our customers have been inclined on still wearing their dream wed suits and tuxedos that they envision for their wedding. But with regards to the PPE, they weren't really inclined much on going for that. But definitely with the mask to pair with the suit, they have done.
Yeah, I have a question, Greg. Well, thank you for that, though. But for some of the people that are watching here, baka hindi sila masyadong familiar with the process of how a suit is made. So can you take us through what this process is, what they have to know, and if there's anything different with following mga protocol for safety and health and things like that?
Since the start of the pandemic, of course, after once we opened after the ECQ was lifted, we were definitely practicing safety protocols in our store. So a lot of require clients to be in always wear a face mask and face shield. And in our side, as with our sales specialists and all other staff, we let them wear face masks as well, gloves, and face masks whenever they entertain clients for initial discussion or fitting.
Oh, thank you very much, Greg. So, with that being said, ano mabibigay mong mga tips to the grooms or to the couples who want to have their clothes made, or for particularly to the grooms that want to have their suits made? Is there anything different that they should keep in mind? May theme ba ngayon? Is there an added layer of protection that they should probably consider when thinking of an outfit?
I believe with the trends now, it's still up to the client as to what they like to wear for their dream wedding. I believe they shouldn't really be more inclined to going with the trend, but be more focused on wearing what they really like and what they'll be comfortable with during the event. But aside from that, our recommendation here in Student of Bridal is for them to be bold, to be more open to wearing patterned suits and over the conventional classic navy or charcoal gray suit.
Yeah, wow. So you'd recommend actually to be more striking and to be more attention-getting, no? Kesa yung mga plain lang ba? Was that what you said?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. The wedding is a one-time event in your life, and you want to definitely stand up with your bride. So we definitely recommend them to. Of course, we have lots of fabrics to show them when they visit us. We can then let them also try out some suits and tuxedos that we currently have. The process starts from there, and it can go only good better.
Greg, I have a very practical question that I want to ask you, and this is coming from a very personal side of me also, when I wasn't too familiar with having suits of my own made as well. So, just to make a quick run through, what are the top things that a groom should consider, or a person in general should consider when having a suit made? Kailangan ba tatlo yung botones, dalawa yung botones? Should it be, what do you call this, yung mga ilan bulsa ba? What should they keep in mind, Greg?
I think what clients should keep in mind when purchasing a suit, especially aside from it being aesthetically beautiful, is its comfort. So we don't want it to be just merely beautiful, but sacrificing comfort. As we will all know, we would be wearing the suit most of the time. For example, for a particular event, a special event like the wedding. With regards to number of buttons, I recommend 2 buttons. That would be very versatile as to where you're going to wear it. May it be formal, a semi-formal event, or may it be a meeting. With regards to the pocket, go for straight flat pockets.
Greg, may question ako. For example, for when you get a suit made, right? For practical purposes, no. For example, if it's a bride, obviously the wedding dress is something that you can only wear on the day of the wedding. Pero syempre sa groom, di ba? I mean, you want to think that can I use this suit for my wedding day for other occasions? Like for me, I was able to use my wedding suit for events which I host because that's my job. But what do you recommend to groups also as well? Should they get a suit that can only be used on that day, or should they get a suit which they can probably reuse for other formal events in the future?
It definitely depends on the client. Some of them, they really purchase for the wedding itself alone, so they don't really mind if they can be able to wear it after the event. But for those that are more inclined to purchasing a suit and using it after, so they don't actually wait purchasing a bespoke suit and not use it again after the wedding. That definitely depends on the client. But with regards to the versatility of a suit over a tuxedo, definitely you can wear a suit more. But a tuxedo is the really formal wear that the guy can wear in his special occasion, maybe a wedding or an awarding, that can really level up his suit game
Greg. And then one more thing, we're participating right now. Thanks so much for participating in our Getting Married online bridal fair. And you know what? Gucci really chose the most curated set of suppliers who she knows will deliver, especially during this time, the new normal. And of course, everybody wants their best value for money. All of us here in the bridal fair, we're giving our special rates, we're giving our special discounts. I know that you're also offering special rates. Are you offering special rates also for those who are availing of Suit It Up, particularly during this 2-day online bridal fair?
Well, thank you very much for having us. It's a pleasure to be part, as I mentioned. We are currently running a bridal fair exclusive offer. For more details, please message us on Instagram, on Facebook. It's at Suit It Up Manila. You can also email us at suititupmanila@gmail.com. Our suit specialists are very responsive and take care of you.
So you can do online measurements, no? Hindi kaya mag-online na, hindi pwede mag-zoom lang, no? I-measure mo kami, hindi kaya.
Gusto ko malaman kung may ganong technology
we've
na.
actually done a few virtual meetings, but it always ends up us going to them during the initial phase of the pandemic. But now they are more inclined at visiting the store because they really want to experience the Suit It Up life.
Oh, so may home service pala, no? RJ, is there anything else that you'd like to ask Greg before?
No, I'm very thankful, Greg. Thank you so much for sharing with us, and hopefully, you know, but like when they started coming up, when the Suit It Up started becoming more popular amongst those getting married, it's nice to see that, you know, men can also level up their suit game and their wedding game, their wedding outfit game, because of our good friends Greg Bejonas, and they did a fantastic job of reinventing his family's company into what it is here today. So again, Greg, more power to you guys, and I hope forward to seeing you face to face in our next bridal fair.
Greg, thank you so much. Hey, RJ, thanks again. But if you wouldn't mind me making these announcements right now, because I think the people watching right now might be very interested to hear this. So this is in line with the stuff that you guys have been waiting for sa mga raffle natin ngayon. So for more chances to win, I'd like to invite you guys to comment in the stream, hashtag GMBF Online Fair, hashtag Juan Carlo Cater, hashtag Honey Glazed Cake, hashtag B-Chan Makeup Artistry, hashtag Abagatan Team Manila, and hashtag Hearts and Bells. Because when you do that, you're gonna give yourself more chances to be able to bring home 1 catering for 15 packs from Juan Carlo, the caterer. A gift certificate of a food tray pot roast beef family size, good for 15 people, from Juan Carlo Cater as well as 6 chocolate Belgian mini cakes from Honey Glazed Cake, and 2 gift certificates of free trial makeup for bride ceremony looks from B-Chan Makeup Artistry, as well as gift certificates of prenuptial shoot venue packages from Abagatan Team Manila, and cakes from Hearts and Bells. So please stay tuned for that, and please comment away. Now I'm gonna hand you over to RJ for another very special parts of this program.
Again, thanks so much, Kevin. And again, I hope all of you are looking forward to winning in our raffle prizes. It's very easy. Just make sure right now, Kevin, give you the details. Just hashtag away and join us here on our games on Getting Married Bridal Fair. Again, special rates being offered just for this online bridal fair. And for the reminder of everybody listening here right now, our online bridal fair for Getting Married lasts from November 3 all the way to December 31. Now, moving on, one of the important considerations people have right now is the venue. And the venues have drastically and dramatically changed in response to the pandemic and in response to the demands of the new normal. So we've got larger venues, smaller venues, hotels, event venues as well, who have changed their protocols to ensure that when the guests come there, they can still have a magical, this magical venue where people always wanted to get married, but at the same time making sure that it is safe for everybody going to these venues. So right now, I'd like to bring on board our good friend L'Oreal Yela Cruz, marketing specialist from Antigua de la Cumbre, to tell us about the new protocols being installed in most of these wedding venues to make sure that they are safe and healthy for everyone who is participating. So can we please invite right now Miss Yela Cruz. In the meantime, as we try to connect with Miss Yela Cruz, let's go to some raffle prizes at this point in time. And I'd like to raffle off 2 more prizes coming from our friends in Juan Carlo Catering. Just let me read it again. For the raffle prizes, All you have to do is comment right now. All you have to do is comment right now. For the raffles, just use the hashtag #OneCarLocator if you want to win from them. #OneCarLocator, hashtag honey glazed cake, hashtag Beachan Makeup, hashtag Abagatan T Manila, and hashtag Hearts and Bells. And again, we invite everyone to please continue staying around with us for our online bridal wedding fair. For those staying around, you might be there when we call for very special raffle prizes where you can participate.
This song with you, 'cause we're getting married. We're getting married.
So, in the meantime, as we wait for the arrival online virtually of our good friends for the event venue called Antigua de la Cumbre, I'd like to invite another good friend to please join me here right now. From Juan Carlo the Caterer, Mr. Alex De Rosario.
Getting ahead of everyone else. Being intentional. In good faith. And thorough observance. Food is prepared with only the freshest and finest. To make the celebration as enjoyable and comfortable for everyone. Bringing awe and smiles in your eyes. Making your expression of love and joy come true, now more than ever.
Because life is still worth celebrating.
Great video about how things can continue to be magical during the new normal with our friends Juan Carlo the Caterer. And we have over here the COO, Child of Owner, and of course he works very hard for our good friends in Juan Carlo the Caterer. We have Carlo Del Rosario. Now, Carlo, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I also want to thank Kuchi and Getting Married for giving us this opportunity.
And you know what I really love about this time is how many of us, I keep on telling people again and again as they watch our webinar here today, is that many of us suppliers, we've worked doubly hard to make sure that we still continue to deliver the same level of quality, maybe even better quality, to make sure that weddings are just as magical as they were prior to the pandemic or during the old normal. Now, as we accept the new normal, can we just know what are the key things that Juan Carlo the Caterer is doing differently right now to make sure that catering is still magical, it's still a great experience, but it has been innovated and adjusted to make sure it conforms to what we need to do for safety in the new normal?
Sige, actually, I completely agree with you. Kasi we in Juan Carlo believe that talagang life is still worth celebrating.
That's right.
And that's why we've developed a lot of things from the time from our people back end, from our employees. When they come to work, they're shuttled point to point from their addresses.
I see.
Kasi sa totoo lang, we live exactly where our commissary is. So we're also scared for ourselves then, kami as the executive committee. And then we have an isolation area, they change their clothes, they have their uniform there, sanitized. And then all of our raw materials, all of the food that goes here, they're all being sanitized with food grade disinfectants. We're also sanitizing all the dry ingredients with UV light. So, kasi may basic na food standards na eh. Now we're talking about the new normal food safety standards.
That's right.
And then during the event itself, of course, we've created yung socially distant tables na to achieve 1 meter apart, we do 4 guests in one table instead of the previous 10.
Okay, yes.
Kasi a lot of, they only do 5. Kami, we do 4 talaga. Kasi that's what's really mandated by government na 1
That's what
meter bar.
IATF asks us
Yes,
to do.
yes. And then we've made our acrylic tables. They have our buffet tables with acrylic barriers, and then we have these different types of services that we offer now. We call it modified plated service. So modified plated service is where our our waiters will be the one to line up, and then they will get at the end of the acrylic buffet table. You're going to may butas doon, may hole. That's where the food comes out. Pre-plated na. So it's like a showcase of our food being prepared and presented. And then they can be the ones who deliver to the table.
So the guests don't have to go stand up anymore and go to the buffet line, because that doesn't promote social distancing, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
so nowadays, do you still do a buffet service, or technically there's no the clients don't have to anymore to go to the buffet? The food is just plated and brought to them.
There are 3 types. So we have the plated service. There's the modified plated service that I just mentioned. And then we still do buffet, but it's a self-managed buffet. So our guests don't need to touch yung mga spoon and fork, to get the serving spoon. So, and we also have the acrylic barrier. So we still do that, but we highly encourage yung modified plated service.
I see. Okay, now that you've gone through this pandemic, and I know as well that many couples had to downscale, right? So before, I know when Carla would cater, maybe you've done 150 up to 1,000 people catering. And they've scaled down their menus because of the intimate wedding. Now, because of an intimate wedding structure, what do you guys do now? What do you recommend to couples in terms of choosing the food and choosing, I guess, what type of option they should get, if it's a modified or if it's a buffet? What would you recommend to people right now when they are deciding on their food?
Kasi especially now na it's very intimate. It's really the people who will stay with who will be there from the church, who will eat with you, dine with you, and who will party the night away. I mean, ito talaga yung close people for you. So we recommend talaga that really be able.
In the meantime, we have an intruder. No, we're okay. We're good. We're good.
Ayan, it's back. Okay.
It's back. There you go. Yes.
So we recommend talaga to choose parang the best na type of food. Kasi you're only giving it for just a few people.
That's right. That's right.
So you want to give the most to it's at the end of the day, nakatipid ka pa din. But you make your clients feel like, your guests like they're kings and queens.
That's right. Make them feel like they're kings and queens.
Na talagang we're going to deliver better food, more upgraded food, mga stations, ganyan. Kasi you're good, you're nakatipid ka overall, pero at least you can still have your dream wedding. Hindi mo kailangan na parang, okay, intimate na, I've planned this event for so long, and then as a bride and groom, I understand you're disappointed, pero still, we want to let them know that they can still have their dream wedding. They can have plated service, they could have our upgraded food stations.
Fantastic. And having said that, no, I'm sure that Juan Carlo, as a participant here in the Getting Married Bridal Fair, you've got a special promotion for the 2-month-long bridal fair. But in particular, what are you offering right now during this 2-day online bridal fair festival?
Actually, RJ, this year is a big year for us. Because on November 11, we just turned 25 years.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, it's our silver anniversary. And because of that, we're going to be giving away 1 million pesos for the first 15 clients who book. So
you'll give us cash, or you'll give us 1 million in food?
In terms of services.
Services, okay, got it.
So that ranges from 50 to 80,000 discount or cash or amenities from Juan Carlo. And then we're going to give one client 250,000 pesos worth of catering services.
Wow. I'd love to get married again just for the food alone coming from Juan Carlo. Again, thank you so much, Carlo, for sharing with us all that they can gain from being with you. I mean, it's such an inspiring story to find out that you were doing this one. You're not only adjusting to the new normal, but you're still celebrating and passing on that celebration and the blessedness of 25 years of having business to the soon-to-be weds at the same time. Please thank your dad for us.
Thank you. yeah, thank you so much then for allowing us to promote here and to tell people more about it. Kasi our goal talaga is to reminisce and look back at the 25 years and all the phenomenal events that we had, and to bring more dream events into reality. And we're just so grateful, honestly.
Thanks so much, Carlo. And having said that, what are your final tips for those right now preparing for their wedding, particularly thinking about the caterer? What should they keep in mind as they start speaking to different caterers? And hopefully they go to you because they realize that amongst the choices, one Carlo would be probably the best value for money for their own wedding.
This is our promo. Ito yung mga different options that our clients can get. And this is the value that you can get. So, may 15 yan. So, sorry, your question was, what are the tips I could
Yeah, your
give
tips that you
them?
can offer, yes.
So, I would definitely recommend, for social distancing purposes, plated is still really the best. Buffet can still be done well, and it can still be done safe. Pero, plated will give you the most minimal social interaction. And honestly, ang nagiging challenges din minsan, sometimes the clients, they want to have way more guests than what is really allowed. Ako kasi, I really want to make sure that our guests, our suppliers, all of us are safe. So I hope that they would maintain that kung ano talaga yung allowed guidelines ng IATF to make sure that we are all safe here. And I would recommend our food stations. Kasi I want your guests, your clients to feel na it's very special. Na kahit na this is an intimate celebration, your dream wedding can still happen.
Thank you so much for making love conquer all together with one Carlo the Caterer. And thanks so much for joining us here, Carlo. I'm looking forward to the next time I get to enjoy a one Carlo modified buffet again. Again, thanks so much. God bless you. And thanks so much to our friends from one Carlo the Caterer.
Thank you so much, RJ.
Thank you so much, Carlo. And moving on here right now, aside from just having a great meal during your celebration, you also want to get to your wedding in style. And right now, to tell us about their great deals for wedding cars, can I please call back right now our good friend Kevin La Peña?
All right, thank you very much, RJ, again, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you for that little interview with Juan Carlo, the caterer. And if you were paying attention earlier, very, very important that you continue to comment on the stream, because you're going to give yourself a chance to be able to bring home some very exciting prizes all throughout the evening. But in the spirit of exploring and showcasing more of our talent in the wedding industry, I'd like to welcome another very special guest. He is the person behind how beautiful or how exciting you're going to be arriving at the venue, because siya yung bahala sa perfect bridal car. So, welcoming the man behind a perfect wed car. Everybody, please welcome with me, Mr. Burley. Sir Burley, come on over.
It's the time to celebrate a love that's
Sir Burley,
true.
your microphone is there.
Treasure this day.
This is what you can use, sir. All right. Don't worry, sir. Nag-sanitize ako ng kamay before handling the microphone. So we're all safe here. So Burley, thank you very much again
Thank you.
for being here. Looking very great, relaxed. This is, after all, kailangan mag-enjoy lang tayo lahat dito. And I'm sure a lot of people are also interested to find out ano nga ba yung, what goes into planning for what car to use during the wedding. So from the top of your head, or just to give everybody a big overview, what is the importance of getting a beautiful bridal car, and what kind of services, sir, do you offer?
Bali, dito sa A Perfect Day, yung in-offer namin is luxury bridal cars. So, for your special day, so para sa mga pictorial, syempre isang beses lang naman yung wedding, so dapat engrande siya.
Ito yung fleet nyo ba? Are these the cars available?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Is there a particular kind of model na pinaka-popular sa mga clients nyo?
Actually, ang best seller namin dito is yung the Chrysler 300C. So we have the classic look and the
This
new
is the
look.
one, right? This is the, all right.
Yeah. And on the left, we have the Chrysler 300C, the new look. So yan yung usual na nire-rent sa amin kasi nga ano siya, kakaiba yung itsura.
This is the new look. This is the new look.
Yes sir, yes sir.
Wow. You know what? A fun fact, when I was little, when I was younger, I should say, naging one of my favorite cars din yung 300C kasi it looks very classy, no? And I'm not surprised to find out na paborito yun ng mga kliyente nyo. All right. So now to move on, what is the process that should go into, if a couple would want to get your services para makapagrenta ng mga kotse nyo, what should they do? What is the process of renting a bridal car?
So as of now, bali ano naman kami, active naman kami online. So you can find us on Facebook and Instagram. So you can message us. So yun, kami naman yung nagre-reply doon.
Where should they go, sir, para makontak kayo on
So
Facebook?
we have FB page. It's a perfect day wed car, luxury bridal cars Manila. And on Instagram, it's a perfect day wed car.
All right. So now to move on to some more of the interesting questions, sir. Kamusta naman kayo? When the pandemic hit, I know a lot of people, especially in the wedding and events industry, natamaan talaga tayo, and a lot of people had to adjust, be it kung anong klaseng mga serbisyo na ino-offer nila or the mga protocol or mga proseso nila with how to do their services. Is there anything that you changed to cater to the new normal?
Actually, this year, 2020, it really hit us hard. Sobrang grabe. So, we double, triple, iniingatan namin yung company, no? So, para maayos naman siya. So, pero may mga clients din na may mga cancel, di mo na maiwasan, may nag-cancel, may nag-rebook. So, pero yung sa mga nag-cancel naman, we make us na i-extend yung promo namin sa kanila. So, kasi syempre, on our end, iba pa rin kasi syempre yung special day nila na sana matuloy pa rin.
Yeah, is there maybe something that the viewers or those that are interested to rent a bridal car would want to find out? Paano ba to? Do you undergo special sanitation practices?
Yeah. Actually, before kasi it was yung hindi pa nangyayari yung pandemic. So, car wash, then uniform driver, usually okay na. Pero nung nagkaroon ng pandemic, so yun, bumili kami ng mga cleaning materials, mga disinfecting machine, so dinidisinfect namin sila time to time before and after use nung mga luxury cars.
How many people do you allow inside of the car?
So we allow actually, usually kasi nung before pandemic, so ano siya, usually bride, parents of the bride, and wedding coordinator assistant. So, yun siya. Pero ngayon, meron kasi tayong tinatawag na social distancing.
Correct,
so, we allow minsan mga two lang, mga two or one.
In the back seat?
Yeah, in the back seat.
Excluding the driver ito?
Yes, excluding the driver.
Hindi na po kayo pupapayag na, okay, so there's a bride, maybe a groom also, or the coordinator at the back. Driver, wala nang katabi po yung driver?
Wala na.
Okay.
Yeah.
Naglalagay pa ba kayo, or is it necessary to put like a divider pa sa kotse?
Actually, ano naman siya it's a, hindi naman siya yung public car na palaging ginagamit. So, we use sanitation na lang ginagamit namin siya sa mga cars.
Oh yeah, and this is something that the client shouldn't worry about anymore kasi napakalinis.
And also, yung mga driver naman, so regular naman namin siya yung naka-antigen naman siya na test.
Very important to find out para you can sleep easy and komportable kayo sa mga luxury cars ninyo.
And minsan yung mga couple din, di rin natin maiwasan, pinapatest din nila. So, yun, medyo expensive pero kailangan natin gawin para sa safety natin lahat.
Yeah, health is the utmost importance. Okay, sir, out of curiosity, would you be able to share with us kung pwede bang magamit ang isang kotse? For example, nag-double book sa isang araw yung isang kotse ninyo. Does that happen? And then what do you do to ensure that those two clients would be safe to use the same car?
Actually naman, once na may nag-book sa amin na couple, so usually yung date na yon, naka-reserve na sa kanila yung car na yon. So hindi naman kami yung gamit sa umaga, merong gamit sa hapon.
So the whole
per
day,
car,
Okay,
per car siya.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. So one of the reasons why people are also paying attention to this program that we have is in hopes of finding out kung may mga magagandang mga promo tayo and special rates that we
Yeah.
can offer them? Are there any special promos that you can offer to the viewers?
We offer promos for 2021 bookings. We give less 15% on all luxury bridal cars. So we cater actually not just modern cars. We also cater from vintage to modern luxury cars.
All right, wonderful. So before we let you go, Sir Burley, one final message to all our viewers there. Invite them to contact you, invite them to check out your special promos and services as well.
Yeah. For soon to weds, yun nga, sana wag tayong mawalan ng pag-asa. So just be positive kasi matatapos naman tong year na to. And next year, it will be year 2021. Sabi nga nila, new hope, new beginning. So let us all pray and matatapos din tong lahat. So yun, maraming salamat po.
Okay, one last hear it. Social media accounts, where do they go?
So you can contact us on our FB page. Again, it's a perfect day wed car. Magkakadikit lang yung letters. So a perfect day wed car, luxury bridal cars Manila. And on Instagram, it's a perfect day wed car lang.
All right, wonderful. Thank you very much, Sir Burley, for taking the time to join us here. Hopefully, you guys get in touch with him kasi nakita niyo naman yung fleet of cars niya. Napaka-luxurious, and I'm very sure it's safe and comfortable as well. A big round of applause for Sir Burley for joining us.
Thank you, Kev.
Thank you very much. We hope to see more of you soon. Now, on to more exciting stuff. RJ, take it away.
This is where our journey begins.
Welcome back, everyone. If you are craving for something sweet, this is the right time for you to be watching this segment here at the Getting Married Bridal Fair online show. I'm here with you all. My name is Zisel Dua, just in case you forgot me from a minute ago, but I am not going to be the only one who's going to be talking right now, since we do have a special guest coming from Honey Glazed Cakes, Miss Eileen Conde. Miss Eileen, please have a seat. Join me. Yes, yeah, naka-social distance tayo, so you can take off your mask if you feel more comfortable. How are you doing? Ay, wait lang. Let's check once again. Because we have so many questions. I'm sure that a lot of our viewers are really craving for something sweet, and they are wondering how they can have their cake tasting at a time like this. So again, let's welcome Miss Eileen Conde. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Yes. Are you excited?
Very.
Yeah, because I've seen some cakes here and I'm so inget because my co-hosts are there eating some of their desserts. But before we move on to the cake tasting, I wanted to ask you a few questions. First off, how is the cake industry right now during this pandemic when it comes to providing for the weddings that are happening, the intimate weddings? Are there changes that you were able to implement when you are servicing some of your clients?
Actually, before the pandemic, we used to have weddings on a weekly basis. Like, usually we're booked
Yes.
And we have the weddings at different venues. But during the pandemic, it's a big change for everyone. Also for the cake industry, kasi yung cakes has become smaller.
Oh.
Because the parties now are getting to be much different. Like it's gonna be celebrated at home or in a venue good for 10 people. So definitely the cakes have changed in terms of size. So instead of having a 5-layer or 6-layer, they opt to have a 1-layer cake, 2-layer cake, which will fit the size of the venue and in ratio to the number of people or number of guests.
So when it comes to making it smaller, how do you make it more creative? Because I'm sure, you know, the size will also limit the creativity a little bit kasi mas konti yung malalagyan mo. So what about you? How are you able to still make it more lively for the wedding or for the couple to really appreciate and have it as their magical moment with the cake?
Definitely, since the cakes now are very much smaller compared to 8 months ago, if they opt for a 2-layer or 3-layer cake, so we put more decorations like the flowers, the sugar flowers are still there, and then the cakes are thematic. So meaning if it's rustic, it has to look rustic.
Oh, that's really interesting because, like, for example, right now I'm assuming that the cakes can never leave, of course, because that's one of the reasons why you have a cake in the wedding is to really make it more festive. And there's nothing sweeter than love. And what is the sweetest thing that you can have is cake. And we have several different types of flavors that we have right here. Can you describe some of the flavors that we have with us today?
Actually, the cakes that we have now are some of our best sellers. We have the red velvet cake. It's the one with cream cheese frosting. We have the black velvet. It's dark chocolate with cream cheese frosting. Then we have an Oreo cake.
An Oreo cake?
Coffee Oreo cake for coffee lovers.
Wow.
Then we have the Belgian chocolate cake. That's our bestseller. Like everybody seems to love chocolate.
Of course.
Yes, so we use premium chocolate for that. It's from Europe. And then we also have a carrot walnut cake for people who are more conscious, so they choose that flavor.
The carrot cake.
Yes.
Because people think a carrot cake is a good for your diet.
Yeah, they think it's healthier.
But it's like the same as the other cakes, more or less.
Well, it's healthier in a sense. It has less sugar.
Oh, okay. That's nice to know.
Chocolate is really for, let's say, for the millennials. So if you want to get hyper on your wedding day, you go for the chocolate cake.
It's true.
Yeah.
Nakakaingit naman. All of my co-hosts, they're eating the cakes. I just wanted to ask, which is, since these are your top 5 bestsellers, no,
Yes.
what is the usually most requested for? Is it the red velvet kasi naging uso siya at one time? Is it black velvet? Is it chocolate cake?
Actually, we offer these 6 flavors because different brides and grooms, like, they have different preference in terms of flavor. So, chocolate is still the number 1 bestseller.
The Belgian chocolate.
The Belgian chocolate cake. And then the carrot. Then we have, I don't think we have Rocky Road at this time. We also have dulce de leche for people who love the traditional white icing with dulce flavor.
Oh my.
Yeah.
The other one looks like it has a lot of cheese. Is that like an
That's the
enzyme?
carrot walnut. The
That's
carrot
the
walnut,
carrot
with
walnut.
grated cheese on top. Yeah.
It's really interesting to see these type of flavors because not a lot of people think about these flavors when it comes to having a wedding. They think that it's because I've seen cakes before, no? Nung hindi pa uso to have a live cake that you can actually eat. It's sometimes just for show.
Yes.
But I love seeing cakes that you can really eat.
Yes.
And these are very interesting flavors.
Yes.
And when it comes to cake tasting naman, how do you go about talking to your clients? Is it an online consultation thing? Do you have by appointment? Because now there are safety protocols and eating is one of the things that you have to be extra careful with.
Yes.
So what are some of the things that you are implementing?
Pre-pandemic, we used to invite our couples to our store. We have one in Pasay, that's near Mall of Asia. Then we have one in Quezon City. So they can try the different cake flavors and we can discuss the designs as well. But for now, if they want to have a cake tasting with us, they can make an appointment so we can follow safety protocols. So ahead of time, they have to book maybe a week before so we can prep all the requirements necessary for that cake tasting.
That's interesting. Ala. Hi, Kevin. Wag niyo naman ako, tira niyo naman ako Marami pa. I'm sure. We're going to ask them also later on, kamusta naman ang cake tasting nila later. Ubos na yung kay RJ. Ipakita mo nga. Takaw naman. Paano ka nakakain? Nakamask ka? Tapos ka na. Okay. It looks like ubos na ubos. Dinidilaan ata yung inyong mga inyong mga plates. Later, we'll ask you kung ano yung favorite nyo, guys, We'll ask you to share with us your experience with these cakes. In terms of the design of the cake, because we have seen kind of like a naked format of the cake or deconstructed, or it's thematic with more roses. For you, which is the most requested?
Traditional cakes or like royalty themed cakes or romantic cakes, they never go out of style. So we always make, we make sure the designs are in line with the couple's theme, for the wedding theme.
Do you ever have an intriguing request, something that has never been done before, or first time mo lang narinig na gagawin mo to for a cake?
Normally when a new movie comes out, let's say Harry Potter, or so they want their wedding cake to be Harry Potter themed. Then before we had cakes, the Vikings. The series from I think Netflix. So they wanted Vikings theme. So it has become more modern, especially for the millennials. So they want their cake something different, and we can customize that for them.
You're the one who's doing it yourself, or you have like a lot of people who can handle that?
I have a team working. For me, when we started 12 years ago, it's just me and my husband. And then I bake, we do the design, and then I make the flowers. So it's just a two-man team. But after 12 years, we have grown to 15 to 20. So it's done an assembly line. So especially now, the bookings are crazy because before, pre-pandemic, people book a month before, 6 months before. Now they book a day before, 3 days before.
For a wedding?
Sometimes for a wedding. Normally 5 days before, a week before, because they just decide to have, okay, let's get married na lang in a simple ceremony.
Intimate pa rin, let's just do this.
Yeah. Especially for a birthday, they book a day before or 2 days before. Kasi last minute, everything is last minute.
It's impressive that you can really cater to all of those requests.
That's why we have a team who's ready always. Like we work Monday to Saturday to be able to cater to all these requests.
It's good that you also have a store in the south, in Pasay, for all of your south clients, and one in Quezon City for all of your north clients.
Yes.
What are some of the questions that you get from your clients nowadays in terms of your couples? I mean, do they have questions for you to make sure that pwede ba kami dyan? Pwede ba kami mag-cake tasting? Like, what are some of the questions that you've been getting that other couples may use as advice in terms of asking their cake specialist or someone like you?
Before pre-pandemic, like they really make a schedule. Like we have cake tasting every day. Like, now it's by appointment. They call us, let's say, a week before or 2 weeks before, kasi they're more conscious then for health protocols wise. So they're also aware of the risks of going into someone else's office. So when we appreciate the consciousness.
That's good to hear. Yeah. It's really nice that people are also being conscious on both sides, you as a supplier and them as well as a couple.
Yes, definitely.
Is there anything that you would like to share? I'm sure that you have some promos, especially for the Getting Married Bridal Fair. Do you have any promos right now that our viewers would appreciate?
You may check our IG and Facebook, Honey Glaze Cakes. And if you're interested to get our services, you may give us a call. And then for all wedding cake bookings for this month, we may give a 20% discount.
20%.
Yes.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 20% discount, especially if you're going to be booking for this month.
For this month. So they book this month of November. So the wedding could be next month. It could be January, February. So just let them give us a call so we can discuss the design.
If I were to ask you personally, what's your favorite flavor? Like, what's the best cake that you love to bake or love to eat?
Before, dark chocolate is always an all-time favorite. But if you want something light, the carrot walnut is fine. Then we have a twist. We have a carrot. We have a carrot velvet. It's a mixture of the carrot velvet and the red velvet, so it's a twist.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a combination of different flavors.
I think I'd like that.
Yes, I think so.
Because I love carrot cake and I love red velvet cakes.
Yeah, so you get two in one. In one cake, you get to have two flavors.
Can they do that also with other flavors, or it depends on whether the flavors would go together or not?
Some clients ask, does chocolate go well with, let's say, red velvet? Not really. So it depends really on what the client wants. So if it's not going to be a perfect combination, we sincerely tell them, na ma'am, it's let's look for another flavor.
Yeah, but there's a black velvet that you mentioned, no?
Yeah.
What's the difference between black velvet and chocolate cake?
The dark chocolate cake is it's the frosting and the filling is ganache. That's 100% chocolate. The black velvet is dark chocolate cake with cream cheese frosting. So yeah.
The
It's
cream cheese is
the
the
cream
difference,
cheese, yeah,
and the ganache.
Yeah, and there's whipped cream on top. So it's
Nakakagutom naman, Miss Eileen.
so you might try our flavors over there, so it's all there.
Yeah, later I'm going to try it for sure. So, Miss Eileen, is there any advice that you would like to give our couples who are watching right now, especially when it comes to choosing a cake that's best suited for them, and of course, coming into the pandemic right now?
I suggest when they give us a call, we're open Monday to Sunday. The commissary, the office is open every day. If you have a cake in mind, it might help us as a designer to tell us what kind of theme. What theme do you have for your wedding? So it will be easier for both of us to look for a design perfect for the bride and groom.
I love how you customize it. That's really like, choose a theme, but we'll still customize it a little bit to fit you as a bride and groom.
Yes.
So that's a little bit of a tip for you guys. And also another tip would probably be it's wisest to advance your booking for, or you're booking for an appointment or your order for a cake para hindi sila or hindi kayo lalo magmamadali.
Also, we ask them if there are persons allergic to nuts.
Okay.
Yeah, because the carrot walnut has nuts, so, and we have other cakes of nuts. So some people might have an allergic reaction, especially the guests coming from the U.S. 'Cause they're very sensitive to food allergies. So if we tell them that if you want to serve the cake, make sure serve the flavors without nuts to be on the safe side.
Is there a request like, let's do a keto cake because yung couple naka-keto diet sila, or gluten-free or soy-free, mga ganon? Meron ba?
No, I don't have that one yet.
Okay, so you're lucky. Ang daming ang daming request kapag gluten-free, soy-free, sugar-free.
So our cakes are meant to be really it's a
Decadent.
feast. Yeah, it's rich and creamy and full. So if you're not on a diet and you can indulge on your wedding day,
You should indulge on your
Yes,
wedding day.
definitely.
Kasi imagine the entire time you're on a diet para ma-fit mo yung gown mo or yung suit mo. On the day itself, you should enjoy.
Yes, definitely.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. Is there anything else you'd like to share before we move on to the cake tasting, and you can also describe some of the cakes that we have?
Just stay safe, everyone, and just feel free to give us a call if you have any questions.
There you go. So once again, Miss Eileen Oconde from Honey Glazed Cakes. If you have any questions whatsoever, check their Facebook, check their Instagram, and you can also check out all of the flavors that they have. Do they tell you beforehand kung ano yung mga flavors, or do you prepare na lang yung mga best sellers and then go from there?
We ask them what particular flavors do you like. So sometimes they tell us ahead, so we prepare what they want. Some brides, we don't know what we want so we just prepare anong meron.
The best sellers.
Yeah, best sellers. We always prepare the best sellers.
That's good to hear. All right. I think, guys, kamusta kayo dyan?
Busog na, busog na.
Busog na?
Yeah, we're good, we're good.
Ang sasarap ng mga cake eh.
Eileen, thank you very much for letting us try. Saan ba si RJ dito?
You know, kanina when you were asking our chef, pastry chef, what's the best cake to get? It's like asking her, who's her favorite child? And ay, siyempre nahirapan siya dyan. Nahirapan siya dyan eh.
Pero under the table, may sagot talaga dyan.
Oh, but the thing is, take a look, just take a look at, close up naman dyan, cameraman, take a look at all these cakes that we had the chance to try. Naghati na kami because there were 6 cakes that we had over here, and they were truly lovely cakes. This is the red velvet they were talking about earlier on over here. And, nako,
Ito.
Oreo cake, one of the...
Oreo cake? Oh, but RJ, I just want to find out, we've tried a selection of these cakes. Meron ka bang paboritong nasubukan?
Ako, personally, I enjoyed the red velvet. What did you enjoy?
Ako, ito dapat di ba? Dapat mag 3 each tayo.
That's right.
Nag-carry over ako sa chocolate.
Ay, nako,
Weakness
kaya
ko
pala.
talaga yung chocolate.
Yeah.
This is my bet. This is my bet.
That is the share of Z. So, wala na share si Z dyan.
Z, okay lang.
That's
Tapos
the,
ito
Bel-
si Z dyan.
that's the Belgian chocolate, di ba, Chef?
The dark Belgian chocolate. It's one of the best sellers.
Oh, yan.
Wow.
Yan ang pinili mo, the one of the best sellers.
Oh, di ba? See, may ano na.
So
may,
you know.
May feedback na.
So over here, as you can see, biased ako sa choices ko. This side was my side, this was your side over here.
Meron din, di ba, dalawang Oreo? Yung isa doon, coffee Oreo, tama ba?
It's
Baka
coffee Oreo. And then
Ito?
the other one is black velvet.
Ito,
Black Velvet pala.
Beside the coffee Oreo.
Ito, masarap din to yung black velvet. Nasubukan ko din yan. And the coffee Oreo. Yan pala yung mga designated sa akin. Chef Eileen, everything absolutely fantastic coming from a sweet tooth myself.
Thank
And
you,
RJ.
Chef. Thank you so much, Chef. We really appreciated everything. And again, please do avail of Chef Eileen's services when you're doing your wedding. As you can see, these are personalized, intimate wedding cakes for the new normal. So again, thanks so much, Z.
Thank you so much once again to my co-hosts, RJ Ledesma and of course, Kevin Labenya. The show is not over, just in case you're wondering. But for now, we're going to take a break from the cakes. But thank you so much once again to Chef Eileen Conde from Honey Glazed Cakes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to be moving on to the next part of the program na.
McDonald's, especially the Ronald McDonald House of Charities. Right now, they have their Kindness Kitchen. In particular, during this time, they just launched with Cabinet Secretary Carl Nograles in the under Task Force Hunger. They have an Operation Contra Gutom, of which McDonald's is actually leading the efforts for Operation Contra Gutom. And this time around, what they're doing is they're helping out families that have been affected by the recent typhoons, not just Typhoon Rolly, but in fact even Typhoon Ulysses that has devastated our country, particularly in the area of Cagayan. So through the McDonald's Kindness Kitchen, you'll be able to serve meals to communities who need it the most. So if you are unable to help out physically right now, then please feel free to go to our good friends at the Ronald McDonald House of Charities and participate in their Kindness Kitchen efforts. Please visit rmhc.org.ph/donate. Again, that's rmhc.org.ph/donate. And you can make your donations there, or you can also deposit to any of the Ronald McDonald House Charities of the Philippines at Metrobank, BPI, and BDO account. Please help them get back on their feet one meal at a time, especially all those who've been greatly affected by this pandemic. Again, thank you so much to our friends from the Ronald McDonald House of Charities. And with that, moving on, we have another special bride we'd like to welcome over here right now, who is soon to get married. We want to know what her own plans are during this period of the new normal. Let's ask a good friend of our next soon-to-be-wed to interview her personally. Please welcome Miss Gwen Zamora, a nice print bride. Hi, Gwen. How are you doing? Yan.
Hi, Gwen. Let's check your mic. Can you hear us? Yeah, she just needs a little bit.
I think she's muted here right now. Let's unmute her here. Let's unmute Gwen right now. Gwen, thanks so much for taking time to join us over here at the Getting Married Online Bridal Fair. I'm sure that you are both excited and nervous at the prospect of getting married here during this. Oh, we're muted. We are muted.
Can you hear us, Gwen? Wala pa, guys. Aura pa more, Gwen. Yeah, we are the ones. Okay, let's just check again with our Zoom meeting. Please do give us a second. Just a reminder again to please make sure that you go onto the website of gettingmarriedphils.com. Phils, that's P-H-I-L-S. Again, that's P-H-I-L-S. And do use our hashtag, that's Getting Married Bridal Fair Online, or GMBF Online, and hashtag Love Conquers All. We do have another batch of raffle prizes, I believe, and that's going to be later on in the program, so don't go away. And RJ, Kevin, and myself will also be talking about the wedding industry coming from the standpoint of a professional MC or a professional wedding host. Later on, we'll also be announcing all of the winners that we mentioned from earlier in the program. Since earlier, we were able to generate the numbers of our winners, we will announce the names later on in our program. And a reminder that if your name is announced, make sure that you message Getting Married Bridal Fair on Facebook just to be sure, but we will also reach out to you as well.
Joy and give into your heart's desire. When it all comes together, surely we'll be inspired.
We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle, with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married. We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married.
We're getting married.
Hello, Gwen, can you hear us?
Yes, I
Great.
can, but it's
Ayan, okay, Gwen. So it's Z and RJ here with you right now.
Hi Gwen, how are you doing? I'm sure you're both excited and nervous to get married during this time of the new normal. I guess you're both very excited and nervous to get married right now. Can you hear us?
I think she's having a hard time still with the audio.
Hi.
Hello.
I love that angle of you right now,
I
Gwen.
can kind of hear you, but it's
Do you have earphones, Gwen?
not as
It would be better if you've got some earphones.
yun there. Okay.
There, can you hear us well now?
It's louder.
Okay, great.
Hi,
Yes,
Gwen. Hi, it's both Z and RJ over here. Thanks so much for taking time out to join us over here at the Bridal Fair. We are very, very appreciative. I'm sure you're both nervous and excited to get married in the new normal. Gwen, tell us a bit more. Make us cuento a bit more about, when you got engaged. Did you get engaged before the pandemic or in the midst of this pandemic?
Yeah, I got engaged before the pandemic. I was 4 months pregnant.
Okay. Exciting yan. Exciting.
So, yun.
And then?
Yes, very exciting.
And then?
We were actually supposed to get married June 6.
Oh.
It was all planned na, buti na lang we were able to cancel and we were able to get reimbursements from some of the suppliers that we got and the location. So yun, so now we're kind of back to square one. But this parang blessing in disguise was during the lockdown, we were spent quarantine at the farm. So we were able to extend it. We were able to at the farm and then add 2 more rooms.
Wow.
Because from the start, we really wanted to do our wedding at the farm. So parang the quarantine kind of gave us that chance to be able to do it at the farm.
Oh, so you got
Sorry,
married.
ang dami kong nasabi bigla.
So you were able to get married at the farm, tama ba ako? You got married at the farm or your plan?
Yes, kasi we were in Manila and then we heard that there might be a lockdown, so we went straight to the cabin to the farm. And we were there for how long? 6 months. So parang during the strict ECQ, we just envisioned how we want to expand and do all these things on the lot. And then once GCQ started, that's when we started doing renovations. We expanded the cabin. We added 2 rooms. We added dorm-style bathrooms. And then we put a retaining wall and we flattened the second layer because that's where we want to do our reception. Because from that level, you can see the sunset.
Oh, wow.
Yun. So during the whole lockdown, we were envisioning the whole wedding na. So it was kind of a blessing in disguise that we were able to spend so much time there and we were able to envision our wedding. Yun.
So when will your wedding be, Gwen?
We were thinking Feb 2022.
Oh, wow.
Because we're trying to conceive a second child because we want Cooper to be close to his siblings. And also Sam and Anthony, the brother of David, they're getting married this year. But you're supposed to have like a year in between. So, yun, we're kind of weighing, like, I might be breastfeeding while I walk down the aisle, but I'm okay with that.
I heard that David right now, for our viewers, Gwen Zamora is getting married to David Semerad. He's a basketball player, professional basketball player, and is currently in the PBA bubble. Is that correct?
Yes, they just finished their game actually.
Yeah, did they win ba? Panalo ba?
Yeah, they won. Woo!
Congrats, Gwen. And Gwen, I also have a question. So now the people are preparing, especially during this pandemic. I mean, it required for you a change in mindset, right? Because you're planning for a big wedding, and then became a more intimate wedding that you're planning for. It might become 2022. What would you tell the brides right now? Also, the soon-to-be weds who are getting married, whose plans were all of a sudden changed by this pandemic. What would you recommend them to change? How would you recommend to them to also change their perspective about getting married?
With the guest list, you really have to take in mind the amount of people. You have to prep everyone in being quarantined, because a friend of mine is actually getting married in December and I'm one of the bridesmaids. So I saw this from her, how we're all going to be tested 14 days before, and then she highly suggests us to just stay at home so that when we get there, so before 14 days prior, we're going to have swab testing, and then on the day, rapid test naman. Because of course she wants to enjoy, but she also wants all her guests to be comfortable and not have in the back of their minds, oh my, baka we might get sick or whatnot. So she really shrunk the amount of guests and she's preparing them for safety. Yun. So I think that's like the biggest thing that brides during the new pandemic need to think of.
When it comes
but when it comes to preparation and like your dress and the music you want to hear, the decoration you want to see, that is still something you should enjoy and still want for your big day.
When it comes to planning your wedding, especially now since David is in the bubble, how are you able to do so without him by your side? Is it a constant communication or collaboration, or are you taking the lead right now and then David is kind of approving whatever you approve after?
Kind of, because we have similar tastes. But since we were going to get married in June, we were already pretty much set. Like, we already knew what we wanted. We have our sponsors already. So our sponsors, our suppliers ready. So it was really just putting a pause to everything and change of location. Yan lang.
What made you decide to, I mean, of course, there are a lot of couples who want to push through with a wedding or intimate wedding during the pandemic, which is during 2020. But instead of pushing it forward to a 2020 wedding from June, you decided another 2 years pa. So was this a difficult decision, or was it really like your second option from the beginning?
kind of like a no-brainer because yun, it was the opportunity where we can finally do it at the farm, which is really what we wanted to begin with. And at least now we'll have time to have a baby in between. We won't be rushing to get married and then have a baby after. And also because Sam and Anthony really want to get married this year, we were like, fine, it's fine, we can wait na lang.
It's great to hear that you feel so confident also about moving the wedding because now you can have it at your dream venue, which is at the farm. I also wanted to, I actually follow you and David because David and we were friends from back in college. And when I saw your post, I was so happy for the both of you because he seems, I think this is the happiest I've seen him, especially on social media with you. And I wanted to know what are the things that you have been doing to kind of pass the time since you are still a couple, but also have that magic for waiting for your wedding day. Because nowadays, before, like way back, the trend is to wait until your wedding day to be together. Para mayroong konting magic doon or mayroong konting suspense. But now, we have a lot of people our age, millennials, who are coming together and living in or working together. And you and David live together in the farm with your son. How are you able to still keep that excitement of the wedding alive during this time?
I think the excitement now is bigger than ever because we haven't seen our family in so long. And a lot of our guests and family are going to be coming from abroad. So whenever we do see each other for the big day, it's just going to be like, wow, like a crazy
reunion.
Party. A party, wedding. No, but it's because we haven't seen our family. So I think that's also a big factor on why our wedding is going to be super magical for us.
And do you have any advice now for all the couples listening here right now who are just like you planning in the midst of this pandemic? What can they do to still make the most important day more special? What are you guys doing to prepare to make it more special, more magical, and still make it as meaningful as it would have been, let's say, even pre-pandemic? What are your tips for them?
I'm sorry, like I couldn't hear half of the question.
So I had to be under the face shield. I'm sorry about that. No? But how do you plan to make things? What's your advice now for couples who are now also just like you preparing to get married, soon to be weds, getting married, who have just gotten engaged? How can they? What tips do you have for them with regard to preparing with their wedding suppliers and their wedding venues so that it can be just as meaningful as getting married in the new normal as it was during the pre-pandemic days?
My advice would still be enjoy the process. Like do as much research as you want and can because that's kind of the fun part of a wedding. So picking between all your suppliers and looking at all the pegs that you like, just enjoy the process. But the only plus factor during this time now is you have to think about the safety of your guests and yourself. So you just have to add that into consideration. But the rest, I think, should be exactly the same. You should enjoy the process and be excited.
There you go. Thank you so much once again to Gwen Zamora, the future Mrs. Semerad. I hope that you are super excited and we wish you the best, of course. And good luck to the both of you. And we hope that your wedding will be fruitful and your marriage will be long. Ganda, no? Parang speech na ako eh.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, and then good luck to the future, Mr. and Mrs. Semerad. And I pray that your baby is very healthy and safe during this particular pandemic. We're praying for all of you, and we're praying particularly for your husband, your soon-to-be husband in the bubble, the PBA bubble as well.
Yes, he is in the bubble. Yeah, so we FaceTime a lot.
Again, thanks so much for joining us, Gwen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
God bless you. Thank you so much. And moving on quickly, again, we just like to remind people that if you want to donate right now, if you want to find concrete ways to help out all those who are suffering right now because of both typhoons Rolly and Ulysses, all you have to do right now is you can help out with the Royal McDonald House of Charity. They've got their Kindness Kitchen, which you can all participate in.
There you go. So
here are ways that you can donate. Just visit rmhc.org.ph/donate. And you can also deposit the Ronald McDonald House of Charities of the Philippines, Inc. And their account details are supposed to be flashed on your screen. So if you want to find ways to help, this would be a perfect way to do just that.
Oh man, maybe I should take this shield off because every time that I speak, nagpa-fog siya and I don't think people can hear me. I don't know. Okay lang ba?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, i-distance mo lang ng
Ito,
konti.
sige, lalayo na lang ako ng konti sa inyo. Alright. Okay.
Now, moving on, this is really a part that I'd like to spend time talking to the three of us here right now, and I think this is the more relevant one, is how we talk about the importance of the different suppliers. And one of the things that people don't realize is particularly key during the whole wedding preparation process or during the wedding reception process is having a host in their wedding.
I agree.
And I think the thing that we can all agree with is that, you know what, right now people are saying we have to make it a bit more intimate. So I understand that, of course, they're slashing budgets, they're slashing the number of people who should be there. They're saying maybe the host might not be as key as he or she should be during the wedding.
Or a priority.
Or a priority. But right now, I mean, we're not here to say, no, you have to have us over there. But we're saying right now, we'd like to share with you why we think that it's important to have a host to give more value to or make it more value added to the wedding. And let's share some thoughts. Kevin, please go ahead.
Yeah, RJ, you put it really well when we were talking about this because this is something that we really wanted to take this opportunity to, talk to you guys about also. Kasi as you said, RJ, earlier, hindi lang magiging essential ang host for the success of your intimate weddings or all your celebrations and moving forward, but now is probably the most, we are more important than ever right now, especially since we're pivoting to this new way of doing events. The purpose of putting together or pushing through with your celebrations in this new normal is to still be able to make an impact on your friends, on your family, to be able to make moments with them. And for that to be able to happen, you need to put together a very good group of suppliers for that to make you happen. And isa sa mga pinaka-importante doon ay yung programa. And the person who is usually most in charge of the success, of the happiness, the energy of your guests, and for you as well, is the hosts. Tama ba?
I completely agree because you have that connection, that engagement that you are looking for. More so if you have an online element now, especially if you have a Zoom. There are so many hosts right now who can go from an on-site and then taking a break and going online and telling the people what's going on. Or it can be the same person doing it simultaneously because we become commentators. But it makes it more engaging for the people, especially online, who wanted to be there but couldn't, or who were invited but they had to retract the invitation because of the fact of the pandemic. And the host, that's our responsibility na. That's
right.
the burden that we carry, which we love because that's our specialty, to connect.
And I think the important thing, aside from the connection, is because now there's a limited time only right now that you can actually do the program. And the sort of value added which the hosts have, especially if you get trusted hosts, people like Kevin, Z, myself, Darlene, Atom, and all those participating over here, is that you've got sort of like our years of experience coming to make it a very smooth program. Because hosting doesn't just happen on the day itself, right? Hosting happens when they're planning for the program. And our job is to be with you at the planning of the program to make it as smooth and seamless as possible, right? So, for example, you only have 2 hours to the program or 1.5 hours. What can you squeeze to that one? How can you run it properly and it still seems very okay to the people watching? And that's what we do. And we can suggest these things because our job is to know the rhythm and the beat, right, of how a wedding is run. And just like Z said, when you're there right now, you also have the online component. So the host that you get has to be somebody who's used to doing an event. Now, you're not just hosting offline to the people over there that you're talking to and making a connection with them, but does the host have the ability to, like right now, I'm talking to all of you watching us here right now, can he engage with the people watching you? Can he create a game with the people he's watching with you here right now? So it's really our ability to make the event more, like I keep on putting up, more animated, more meaningful, more fun, but done in a very seamless and professional manner. And that's really, I think, what we bring to the table. And like this whole program was stitched together. This whole program was stitched
Almost
together
on the fly, yeah.
on the fly, but by the hosts who are all here.
Yeah, exactly. Correct nga dyan eh. And a lot of people have this misconception na you only get a host kasi magaling siya magsalita. Or he only or she only looks good in front. Hindi. You're paying the host or you're getting the services of a host because yung pinaka underlying ability niya is to feel the pulse of the people and to find out ways of how to make the program as fluid and as engaging as possible. But at the end of the day, lahat tayo enjoy talaga, di ba?
I think like one of the important things that people would realize is if you ask the coordinator or the wedding planner whether or not they should get a host, they will always say get one. Because if ever you need someone to really stitch everything together, to really handle or manage the flow of the program, and if you look at it, we are technically the one that's between both worlds. We know how to handle the suppliers if ever that there's a technical difficulty, or if the photo video need a certain type of sequence or a certain type of scene that they need to capture from the couple. We're the ones who are connecting these two, and not just the audience, but the supplier to the couple, or the guest to the suppliers, and vice versa. So it's really, I don't want to say naman that we are...
Say it.
We are the most important, because everybody, all of the suppliers are important, but we definitely play an important role. Yan.
Like I said, there's a little that little sort of magic that brings the whole event together. That's what your host actually does.
Yes.
And we'd like you to consider that that's what's happening also this time. And you've seen many of the hosts really coming out and making the wedding shine. They give out the additional luster. You can get friends, you can get family members to do this one. But you know what? If you want to add another level of meaningfulness to that, but you might want to consider getting a host. Now, here are a couple of things. We're going to move the topic a bit further on and tell you some of the practical considerations. Now, when it comes to getting a host. Now, there's, like we said, what's important right now is that each of the hosts here, we all have different characters to play. We're all different in terms of lifestyle. You can research our own websites, or you can ask different couples. But what's important, first of all, is to get a host that sort of suits the personality of the couple, right? Because some people, they're very, some people are like this one. You can see Z is a bit more, she figures very well for specific weddings. Like we say, like for me myself, I'm a bit more animated, a bit more witty, a bit more funny during my hostings. Kevin is maybe a bit more dashing and but we all have our own executions. It must fit into the character of what you want. That's what we're trying to say when you look for a host. Would you like to add to that, Kevin?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think yung isa na naman misconception when you try to look for a particular supplier with a host being in particular, isipin mo hindi mas magaling si ganyan, hindi mas okay si ganyan. That's not true. The reason why you decide and you choose from these lists of hosts is because you want to make sure that particular host fits your personality or your vision for the party or celebration that you want to have. Because think of us hosts as an extension of yourself. Diba? How would you want to reach your group, your family, or your audience kung nagswak naman? Be it a comedian, be it a beauty queen, be it a business professional in RJ, or as RJ put it, baka dashing na witty na host. So long as it matches you, yun yung magiging basehan. Everyone is talented equally, but then it really relies on what your vision is for your program.
Yeah, everybody here, as you can see, we all have energy naman, and we can adjust to what the client wants. If the client wants someone who is more formal, there are so many good hosts, especially those like us who have been in the industry for a long time, who can adjust naman to what the client wants. Now, we want to also share how you can deal with finding a host and how you can deal with us, what to expect from us as hosts. Because you know what I've been hearing for the longest time when I'm in a bridal fair, hinuhuli minsan yung host, which for me, I understand, but at the same time, you have to know that we are also part of the program consultation, the game consultation, the things that we do also helps in terms of what they expect. Kasi when you talk to us, ano ba yung service nyo? It's not just MCing. You talk to us also about the hosting. You talk to us about the program. You talk to us also sometimes about, may problema ako sa ganitong supplier. Can you help us? Or how do I deal? I don't know if you've had this experience, RJ, but I'm sure you have because you've been in the industry longer than Kevin and I combined, but still looking young, if I might say so.
Thank you.
But I've had even experiences where brides or couples ask me about how to deal with their parents and their guests, especially if they're coming from abroad, especially if they're coming from different cultures. And because of how many times we've seen this happen, we are able to give our fair advice at some point.
In other words, the wisdom of having the wisdom of the host is able to share
Yes.
with them over there. And speaking of this one, in the program right now, the people are also asking, for example, how do you do things like games? How do you do things like different people with different in the new normal, or how do you handle couples? So like just a couple of suggestions. The number one is many of us nowadays we do blended programs. Like blended just means that sometimes you do it. There's part of it that's intimate and part of it that's actually live streaming, right? And that's why a host becomes also very important, especially if you do a live streaming of that one, because somebody's got to engage the audience who is watching on the other side. That's
Exactly,
why
yes.
there's a certain level of professionalism that it requires, and maybe some people aren't too used to that. That's what your hosts are used to. Number one, in terms of the games, the people wondering, should we have games, should we not have games? Really, the games were there to facilitate, there's objectives of the games, right? They facilitate maybe connection, they facilitate bonding, they actually facilitate buying time for the same day edit to be finished. I mean, there are different reasons for the games. And when you talk to the hosts, we can advise you, okay, these are the type of games that you can play, which are interactive, which involve both the audiences on live stream and live, or you can play this game here right now because it's really for the fun of the audience who's just there. No need for you're not buying time, you're just having fun. So these are the things which sort of like the host will add to the picture. Kumbaga, you want your icing of the cake to be really good icing.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes when you think about, because there are a lot of couples there who are creative, and they really want to make their programs really as fun and engaging as possible. But sometimes yung mga nare-research nyo probably on Pinterest or on Google, makita nyo on paper, maybe this game looks fun. But here's where the wisdom of the host comes in. Nasasabihin nila, all right, maybe this game might not be feasible for your guests or your audience or for our current circumstances. Kaya since we're living in a low-touch world now, ito yung magiging feasible para sa atin, while at the same time, being engaging enough for your audience and your family and your friends to enjoy.
Another thing that maybe people will also consider is the fact that we also, as hosts in the industry, we have come together online, and we also talked about the safety protocols that we as hosts have to follow and implement as well to make sure that everybody, including ourselves and the couple, are safe. Because technically, we are the ones closest to the couple. Tayo yung minsan lumalapit sa couple talaga if they need anything or if they want to change something in the program. And we now have implemented certain protocols for everybody's safety as well.
Anything else
No, I
that you'd
guess
like to
that's
add?
really it. So what I just want to say here right now is that we're very thankful for this opportunity to share that each one of us who participates in this wedding industry, we all have a little contribution to make for you. And like we've been saying from the very start of this program, we're all working doubly hard to make sure that we are not only relevant during your wedding, but that we're contributing something to make your day more meaningful. That goes from your caterer, as you could see what Carlo is doing, from the ones delivering to you your cake, from the wedding car. All those want to give you the most important day in your life. So again, thanks so much for this opportunity, Kuchi, for having us to share again. If you're looking for a wedding host, you find RJ Ledesma, you find GB Saldua, you find Kevin La Peña, you find Ato Mongson, and you also find Darlene Tan Salazar. And with that, we'd like to announce the winner. The winner of what? That's great.
All right, no,
What are
we're
we
going to be
winning?
announcing our raffle winners.
Our raffle winner.
Nagbasa tayo ng napakadaming
Okay.
ways for them to be able to win tonight's raffle. So now, actually, I have the list of winners with me. So I'm going to read maybe
Go
like
ahead.
the first few, and then I'm going to hand them over to you, RJ. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank all of you that really paid attention and commented on the live stream for you to be able to take home something special from this very first evening of this bridal fair, all right? So first things first, nakita nyo naman kanina kung nanonood kayo, yung mga cakes na tinikman namin ni RJ. Sayang you weren't able to try it.
I will later. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Take out ko na yan.
So we're gonna be giving out 5 chocolate Belgian mini cakes from Honey Glazed Cake. Yan ba yung sinabi kong paborito ko kanina?
Oh my
Alright,
gosh!
so
yun nga.
May seal of approval namin lahat yan. Alright, so pay attention because as I call your names out, kayo po ang makakauwi ng chocolate Belgian mini cakes from Honey Glaze. Okay. Congratulations, Elaine Tanduk. Congratulations, Elaine Tanduk, and I hope I'm reading your name correctly. Jelina Araboleda Bonga.
Bongga!
Bongga Kaday.
Bongga Kaday.
Razel Jade. Congratulations, Christian Joseph Rodriguez. And lastly, congratulations, Diane Loreto Mendez. All of you get to win a chocolate Belgian mini cake from Honey Glazed Cakes.
Yan! Ang sarap-sarap naman. Wala munang diet when you guys taste that because that is really one of the best sellers of our supplier from Honey Glazed Cakes naman. So those are our 5 winners.
And going home with 2 gift certificates of free trial makeup for the bride ceremony from Bichan Makeup Artistry. Congratulations goes to our 2 winners, Alice Adao. Congratulations, Alice Adao and Lady Fatima Lapid. Again, Lady Fatima Lapid. Ladies, congratulations.
Imagine if the husband was the one who won, no? Yan pa. And of course, our last 2 winners. First winner gets a gift certificate of prenuptial shoot venue package from Abagatan, Team Manila.
Yes.
Abagatan, Team Manila. So basically what it says is that you can have your prenup shoot at their venue. Congratulations to Lionel, John, Rafael, Baria? Is this Baria? Yes, or Barsha?
He knows himself.
He knows himself.
He knows he won.
We'll make sure to contact you. Basta si Lionel, John, Rafael, Barsha, or Baria, congratulations. You have your prenup shoot a venue package from Abagatan Team Manila. And our last winner gets a cake from Hearts and Bells. This is going to Miss Mary Ann Reyes Benito or Mrs. Mary Ann Reyes Benito. Congratulations to you, all of our all of our winners. Thank you so much for watching us. We have been here since lunchtime, and we appreciate we appreciate your attendance online, and we hope that you share this video because there are so many other couples who would appreciate the tips that we are able to share with you, especially coming from experts of the different suppliers.
And please remember that this is a 2-day online bridal fair tomorrow. We got our good friends Atom Ongson and Darlene Tanzar taking over the hosting duties and sharing with you some of the best wedding suppliers from around the country, offering you their best discounts and their best promos to help you have the most important day in your life, even during this new normal.
So where can they find out or reach out to you kung gusto nila
If they want to get RJ Ledesma, please visit my website www.rjledesma.com. You can just inquire directly on the website or my Facebook page, RJ Ledesma. Kevin, ikaw naman.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, before I turn you over to RJ and Z again, I would like to say my final thank yous before we let you guys go. Maraming salamat ulit to Hilton Hotel Manila for hosting us this afternoon and this evening, and of course, for tomorrow as well. Same time, same place, Hilton Manila. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank my sponsors as well, Tino Suits. Thank you very much for making me look good all the time. And to my videographer friend, Ripples of Life, you can visit them on Facebook at Ripples of Life. And if you get to book them, you get to help out a good cause from the affected families of Typhoon Raleigh and Ulysses as well. So thank you very much. Please visit my social media pages at Kevin La Peña on Facebook, Instagram, and on Twitter, as well as YouTube as well. I had a fantastic time. Hope you guys did. ZRJ, turning you over to you
Thanks
guys.
so much. Z, how about you? If they want to contact you, Z, how do they get in touch with you?
Yes, you can check out my website. It's www.zbsaldua. That's SALDUA again. That's www.zbsaldua.com. And it's the same for Facebook and Instagram, ZBSALDUA. And I'd also like to thank Montenola Aesthetic Laser Center because they are taking care of my skin and my aesthetics. So just in case you want it for your wedding, a slimmer face, a slimmer body, and a very, very good skincare, they are definitely here to help you guys. And I also want to make sure that you are taking note of all of the people who has helped us today. Would you like?
We've got getting married wedding coordinators and event planners, Hilton Hotel Manila, Nice Print Photography, LX Events Pro, Experience Live, Kim Torres Events, RJ Ledesma and Kevin La Peña, and Z Saldua.
Woo! Francis Libiran Bridal, Naked Patisserie, Atom Ongson, Darlene Tan Salazar, both of which you're going to be seeing tomorrow. Metro Tech Event Rental, Dave Sandoval Event Stylist. Bukas nyo na mapapanood si Dave. Matus Jewelry, and tomorrow then, 3rd Avenue Band.
Yes, we have so many more suppliers tomorrow, so make sure that you watch them as well because we have event stylists, we have more event coordinators who are going to share us their expertise, and we hope that you enjoyed this first ever in the Philippines online bridal fair.
Care of Kuchi Zaldariag, and of course, Getting Married Bridal Fair.
Yes.
And again, thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We will see you again here tomorrow. Again, my name is RJ Ladesma.
I'm Z Saldua.
And I'm Kevin La Peña. Have a good night, everybody.
Night, guys. Mabuhay. We love you. Thank you.
It's the time to celebrate a love that's true. To treasure this day prepared for me and you.
Feel the joy and will be inspired.
We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married. We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married.
We're getting married.
I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married.
Congrats, everybody.
It's the time to celebrate a love that's true. To treasure this day prepared for me and you.
Feel the joy and give into your heart's desire. When it all comes together, surely we'll be inspired.
We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the It's the time to celebrate a love that's true. To treasure this day prepared for me and you.
Feel the joy and give into your heart's desire. When it all comes together, surely we'll be inspired.
We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle, with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married. We're getting married. This is where our journey begins.
Now and forever, my life and love belongs to you.
As we walk down the aisle with joy in our hearts, I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married.
We're getting married. I'll sing this song with you. 'Cause we're getting married.
We are done with the very first day of what I could say would be a very successful virtual bridal fair. I am here with a brainchild of everything and one of the pioneers of the Philippine wedding industry. One of my best friends in the wedding industry, the very beautiful Miss Gucci Saldarriaga. No, thank you. Alam mo yung kagandang pagkausap ni si Miss Gucci, hindi ko na